All right, another day, another dime. Geez, today, I think I have the title of the stream's Linux optimizations, and honestly, I don't know what it is. I've been changing my workflow a bunch. We've been in Windows, Mac, Linux, kind of just bouncing around, and the best workflow I've ever had has been DWM. Just old Xorg, DWM, no flare, just it works pretty good. But I really do feel like we need to push towards Hyperland. It's just every time I get in here, it feels worse. And I can explain that too. I think it's like the GIMP bugs and many other things. So that's kind of what my thought process is there. So trying to organize all that. Oof. Well, happy Monday. Monday, I'm telling you. Just a little bit trying to think of what I want to do with this setup. Optimizations are going to happen today. Some kind of optimization. What's that optimization? I don't know. I figure we'll figure it out. You can help me. You can help me figure it out. Because I'm sitting here going, I'm just not satisfied. How's it going, Dan? Oh, man. Yeah, the old Linux noobs and installing distros. I miss that era of my life. I miss it, but I don't, I guess. I guess, like, when you're first learning Linux, it's just fun to distro hop and just kind of see all the different stuff. But after you know enough, it's just like, what's the point? There's no point in distro hopping. Once you know enough, you'll never distro hop again. You'll just be like, hey, I got the package manager I like. I got the setup. There's no point in ever installing another distro. Unless it's like drastically different. Like from a structural standpoint, like NixOS would be a good example of this. Going from like a Debian to an Arch-based distro. You know, if you like the apt package manager better than Pacman, and you don't necessarily need the AUR or new packages, it kind of makes sense. So it depends if there's a fundamental shift in how you use your Linux. Most people that use Linux desktop are just hobbyists, though, and don't understand anything. So they just distro hop like crazy. Check out this distro. And I'm like, dude, this ain't my first rodeo. I've tried literally 100 of distros plus, and I'm just done. You either use Arch Linux, NixOS, Debian, Fedora, or Bazite. I kind of throw Bazite at the end there just because, like, if you're just wanting like kind of like a SteamOS type setup, Bazite just kind of fits that bill for some users. And I really think that's the only 5 options that people should ever consider. The rest is just fun for tinkers. And I don't think there's really anything more than that. Trying to think. I mean, Nabara kind of has a niche there too. Glorious Egg Roll runs it. It's not atomic like Bazite, but has a lot of the Bazite feels and optimizations. So it's like, that kind of can fit a niche. But yeah, I don't know, man. That's kind of like, I'm trying to think if there's anything more in there. We're breaking Linux today for sure. Had a good weekend? Yeah. Went and saw a friend of mine up in Oklahoma. So it was good. But anytime I'm away from home, I just really hate sleeping somewhere that's not my bed. It's such an old man thing to have. But man, it sucks. I hate sleeping somewhere else. I'm still catching up on my sleep. I'm still like all groggy. So, man, old Ubuntu. Do people even use Ubuntu anymore? I mean, it's an oldie. I'm sure there's somebody out there. I still use Ubuntu Server, believe it or not. Ubuntu Server still, like, it has live patch and some other, like, neat features. And from a laptop perspective, Ubuntu still has some good configurations. So I guess, yeah, Ubuntu has its place. Just it's not nearly as dominant as it once was in Linux desktop, though. And it's not a very good experience out of the box. It's kind of, and I don't think they care. I think it's more of a business-oriented distro at this point. Ubuntu servers, yeah. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. Like, Ubuntu's not, I'm not going to say it's worthless. Is Ubuntu, I still do use quite a bit of Ubuntu servers. I would rather use Ubuntu than Debian on a server. Yeah, I get that. I get that, Ashley. Yeah. Ubuntu server's pretty solid right out of the gate. I just installed Debian with GNOME or Arch with GNOME. If you have a 2-in-1. Yeah. I mean, these days, Arch has just been so solid for me. I have a hard time recommending anything. I honestly, personally, have... I don't think I could ever use anything but Arch Linux these days for my daily driver. It checks all the boxes. It's gonna throw Omarchy, yeah. I mean, I saw the structure of them. So like when it comes to Omarchy, which is just essentially an Arch install script, DHH does a great job with the presentation, and I liked a lot of what he did. It's just there's certain tastes he has that doesn't necessarily align with my taste, such as Waybar. And Hyperland itself is just... I'm on Hyperland right now. I don't know. I kind of want to switch. I'm going to just take this. I'm just going to take this. Let's see. What do you have, gaming? Chris, can you help me with my problem? What was the problem? I have a laptop that came with Vista. Dang. Old school. That's what, pre-2008? I want to run Linux desktop, but the CPU is really old and doesn't support Hyper-V. So what, if any, Linux distro can I use? Oh, lightweight distro for something ancient. So probably, now this is funny, as I didn't mention these distros. Probably like Peppermint. Is Peppermint still around? I haven't used Peppermint. Peppermint OS. Peppermint OS is pretty darn lightweight. Last time I used it, where you could install it on like ancient hardware. Let's see, what's the download? Yeah, so you want a 32-bit Peppermint. Probably Debian base. It has a Debian spin now. Flagship is what you want. Don't do fully loaded. So yeah, probably a 32-bit Debian base, unless it's a 64-bit chip. I mean, it's a dice roll. No, if it's a Vista, it's still 64. You could probably go 64 on Peppermint. Or if you don't want Peppermint and you're not a big fan of XFCE, you could do probably Ubuntu. I haven't used Lubuntu in a minute as well. So Lubuntu is another one. This one uses LXQT, and it's going to be a little newer and pretty solid. I don't know, but both are pretty fast and lightweight. I probably would go either Peppermint or Lubuntu for something 10 plus years old. I feel like those would be pretty solid choices. LXQT is worse than XFCE. Yeah, I would say Lubuntu is probably a little heavier, but I mean, we're splitting hairs here. I would imagine we're talking probably, I think, 100 meg memory difference here. So it kind of goes, it's more about a look and feel at that point. I really do like XFCE fully configured. It's pretty solid. So yeah, I would say those two, gaming, would be the way to go. Or just a simple window manager with Arch, agreeing, Dammy. That's kind of where I'm at. Like, I wouldn't go something heavy like I got right here with like Quick Shell, Hyperland, with the Wayland Session Manager. So for like every install I would do, let's say I was never going to stream again, and I was just going to move out into the woods and just wanted a desktop. What I would probably do, here, we'll just switch to it real fast. Do we still have StartX? I can't remember. Or, not StartX, Xinit, I think is what I'm looking for. Xorg Xinit, I think is the package name. Yeah, that's it. Let's get that. And trying to think if there's anything else I'm thinking of. Yeah, DWM, BSPWM, i3 are all decent options, agreed. But I usually, when people ask me what kind of distro, typically means they're more on the newer side of Linux. So that's why I usually just recommend those. Veterans will always pick just a blanket CLI with window manager typically. Almost nobody ever uses a desktop environment that's used Linux for like 5+ years. They do exist, but not from a if you care about like resources and stuff. Desktop environments are just so heavy. God, let's see. What do I want to do with that? I think we were using SDDM. Dude. Were we? Was that it? Oh my god, it was. Dang. I want to say I don't know if that was the case. Let's just check our sessions. Let's go share X sessions, I think it is. Yeah, DWM. I think that should get us what we need. Oh, let's reboot. Let's see what we get. Yeah, Wayland is just so heavy. A lot of people don't realize that. A lot of people think that like Wayland's the future, but it's pretty damn heavy. There's so many utilities that go with Wayland to make it functional. Which is funny because Xorg, Wayland people are always like, Xorg's been around for 30 years. It's got so much bloat. It's got, it's not really all that well written. It's not written for security and stuff. And then you look at, Wayland and it's like, dude, there's like 20 more binaries that are run to make a functional Wayland setup. Where it's like, Xorg's like way, way smaller in comparison. All right. I've been on XFCE for 25 years. I haven't felt the need to change. Yeah, what a Chad. What a Chad right there. And that's the one thing I always tell folks. If it works for you, why change it? I mean, I usually change just so you can see me suffer, you know, for entertainment value, or to explore something new, or to be like, oh, they're saying this online, let's make sure we can do that. Yeah. Oh, that launched Hyperland again, didn't it? Well, let's fix this. Probably actually do we have like an X? What's the fix here? God, SDDM. God, I'm trying to think of the way to set up SDDM that doesn't suck. I can't think of a way. All right, time to break things. SDDM not found. What? SDDM's right there, but not installed. Oh. What are we using? Do we even have, like, Plasma installed? Did I purge Plasma last time? Oh, I purged it. I purged it. Shit, what am I using? Greet D, maybe? You set it to UWSM. Oh, that's right. Okay. Let's just clear that out. UWSM. So is that a system CTL status UWSM? What is that service? Can't remember how I set this up. That's funny. I've reconfigured my setup so many times I can't even remember how I set it up. UWSM something. How much have you explored NixOS with all the tinkering you do? I think you'd be attracted to it. Oh yeah, I love NixOS. NixOS is amazing for replicatable environments. I actually have a repository. Anytime I try and explore something, I try to make like a new Git repository to kind of either document or save my configurations in case I ever go back to it. I don't have to start from scratch. So I think my NixOS configuration is probably like a year or two old now. And we got pretty far. And I really liked my NixOS setup. It was solid. The thing about NixOS though is it's meant to not really meant to change a bunch of crap. Like constantly adding, removing packages, and a lot of the tinkering I do, NixOS is just not very conducive for that environment. It's really good if you know what you want and you don't want it to ever change, and it's a solid setup. Or if you want to just deploy Linux to like 1,000 different devices, I think NixOS is what you'd use. It's what I would use. So I love NixOS from a sysadmin point of view. But from actual day-to-day usage, it doesn't really fit my use case. But it's great, that distro. I love Nix. And I like the package manager in Nix is just also very, very cool. Was it Wayland? Shoot. I don't think so. How did I configure this? This is hilarious. I completely configured this and I don't remember how the hell I did it. Let's go Hyperland Wiki UWSM. I'm sure I configured it according to their setup. All right, so libnude launching using a display manager Hyperland XDG auto start. It's handled by system D, and its target is activated in UWSM-managed session automatically. Oh, so on startup it actually handles it through systemctl. Really? Let's go list units. So Wayland WM. That's hilarious. I see the thing there. You have all these different Wayland Dash sessions being launched. And I think it all comes from XDG Desktop Auto Start. I mean, it's interesting. Yeah. I guess I gotta rewatch my 5-hour stream that I did like 3 times on how the hell I set this up. It's somewhere in my VODs. Son of a biscuit. Alright, system, CTL, list, unit files. Okay, what ones are we using? Okay. No. Getty, yeah. libvirt's fine. Got our NVIDIA. What the hell am I using? There's a NTP. Journaling. Vert log. Huh. Alright, this looks like user maybe? Remote file system. Somewhere in my VODs. Oh god, yes. Yeah. Good luck. Maybe in a .config. Let's check. I mean, it's kind of neat how I set it up. I probably should like document that. Typical user things. You get it working and you're like, well, it works on my machine. Good luck. Oh, we got an environment. Okay, that's just the env in the config. So that doesn't really do much. All right, well, to AI we go. Let's go. Let's see if it can tell me something on this. So there's a Getty auto login. I don't think we're using a display manager login. Session integration, I think we are using. So you do it through profile, which I don't like that method. I would have chose something like that. So for auto login, you're either doing Getty, which is something I probably would do. You have, let's just make sure we don't have light DM or something. I don't remember us doing light DM though. Yeah, light DM's not installed. Let's look at etc. What do we have here? I'm just gonna look for other login managers. There's light DMs there, but there's nothing of. Yeah, whatever. Just get rid of that, so it's just not there. Or what else do we have? Alrighty. Local time. We already blew out SDDM, so that's not it. So it's definitely not a display manager that we're using to auto log in. So next up, let's go to Getty. So for Getty, that would be in etc system D, and then we might see a folder in there. Okay, let's give that a whirl. System D, system, and I do not see an auto login for Getty. There's just the Getty service, but that's not going to actually give us the auto login. So that's no good. So I didn't do it through the system. Maybe I did it through like some kind of weird user setup, maybe? So these are default. No, not here either. Interesting. How the hell did I set this up? See, this is why I make YouTube videos. I haven't made enough YouTube videos lately, otherwise I would have documented this somewhere. You know, that is just all. How did I do this? XDG needs to look through his own VODs. Okay, someone's linking something in chat here. Clip missing. So I removed SDDM and then I set up UWSM. Scroll up, okay. That's interesting. So would it be the XDG setup target? I guess I gotta rewatch my 5-hour stream. Oh yeah, we're not doing that. Oh, nice coding. Let's I'm gonna look at that later here. Right now I'm in the middle of trying to figure out how the hell I set up this system. Shit. What did I do? How did I do this? Let me look. Surely there's something here. This is hysterical. I'm dying. Let's remove these broken links. So we got X there, X session errors. Let's just remove those. Just kind of going through here and seeing what all I have in here. God, tons of synergy crap too. One second, I'm gonna find it. It's here. It's not under X. It's gonna be Wayland. You know, the one thing I do like about my current setup with Hyperland is yeah, I'm just clearing things out as I see them. I'm like, well, I can get rid of that. Oh, what else we have? One second. We're gonna clear up some stuff. I'm gonna just find whatever's here, and we're gonna just get a few things cleaned up. It's been a minute since I cleaned things up. Why have I got this much? I have 1.5 terabyte. Holy crap! What am I doing with my life here? This is what happens. Don't ask again. Why do I have a build directory right there? What's in here? I'll leave it. 59 gigs on my cache? Wow. Sorry, we're gonna do a cleanup. Oh. That's all my games. Damn, I installed them all to the NVMe drive. Okay. All right. Cache clip. There's my VMs, GitHub's good. Downloads. What's in here? We'll just clear that out. K70 logs, get rid of that. Just clearing things out real fast. Yay bin, I don't think that's needed. Florp, Excel core, go. Whatever. Arch Hyperland, what's in here? Trash. What did I put in here? That'll probably get recreated anyways. I'll leave it. All right, sorry. We're just gonna do a quick cleanup. What's in dot files? Nah, trash. Wallpaper. Yeah, let's get rid of that too. .net, AnyDesk, whatever. .gallery, bash history, SSH, parallels, newsletter. I'll allow it. Android. Temp file. Oh, W3M, such a fun one. Probably was messing around when I did that. What's backups? Well, let's just delete it. FayBG, Olama, Red Hat, Nix, AnyDesk, Midori, SSH history. Get rid of that. Oh, man. Whatever. Let's just dump all of that too. Histories, Flatpak fix, whatever. I don't know what that is. Remove that. So Pulse cookie. I don't remember what that is. 2024 goals. Probably didn't make them. We'll delete those. Nord. More logs. Man. Steam. I can't remember what that's for. Delete that. Hugo build lock. Probably somewhat important. Okay. Yeah, I probably will nuke my system eventually. But the cool thing, what I love about Linux is you can kind of go through, and if you break something, it's not like the end of the world, you know? You can just always go to TTY and fix it. So it's not like a big deal. So that's what I like about it. I just kind of wanted to clean up some of this old junk that's in here. And get kind of a more succinct system. So what I like to do is just kind of go through, clean that up. I was hoping I would run into something that tells me what the hell I'm doing. But I did not. So, what about Greet D? Greet D is installed. Did I miss Greet D? That looks promising. All right, VT1. Oh, there you are. There you are. I knew I'd find it eventually. See, I just need to delete some stuff. We're just going to do a start X. And, what was the hyperland in here? What? Huh. Anyways. Okay. So that's good. Now let's reboot. We were using Greet D. My bad. Yeah, the thing I love about Linux, and you know, obviously Mac and Windows won't let you do this. So if you're a new user, or maybe someone that's not, that doesn't really care about like tinkering around in their system, there's a lot of protections both Mac and Windows has. But those protections come at the cost of bloat. Meaning there's going to be certain things that's like, hey, that's a dependency for this and this and this, so therefore you cannot delete it. Where Linux is like, you want to delete that? Man, that does not sound like a good idea. But you want to? You sudo want to? Alright. Super user, he wants to delete it. Delete it. And then it'll just push it out. And I love that. I just absolutely... It's one of my favorite things about it. Is like, you can totally just, like, you want to remove your bootloader. It's like, okay. I mean, I don't know how you're going to boot, but... Sure, we can get rid of that. And that's why I love Linux. It's the best. What does optimizing Linux mean? Deleting everything. That's what it means, Phoenix. HP McAfee has joined chat. Yeah. Yeah. We failed to unmount home. Maybe I deleted a dependency there. Whatevs. It's fine. I'm sure it'll boot. Yeah. Might have had some other I mean, I did go through and purge a bunch of stuff. Although I didn't purge the cat, I think a lot of those are sitting in the trash bin. So I think we need to clear out the trash bin when I think about it. Welcome to Titus fixing his arch yet again. Yeah, that's true. I don't know though. It's been so resilient. Kind of makes me think what kind of witchcraft or voodoo they put in my Arch instance this time. I usually have broken things like so much. Anyways, like always, DWM works great. It just works. Does this? Yeah, I really just like that. Now everything is fine. Let's update our system. I think optimizing my setup is just like, what do we do? Do we have anything here I don't want? Got, pretty much everything's fine. Looks like a pretty small update. Can we also agree Steam and Proton are a big reason Linux is having a rebirth at the moment? No, I don't think it's really the gamings per se. I would actually push back on that. Replace WL roots with W. No, that seems bad. I would say programming, actually. The best experience for programmers out there is Linux. I think a lot of professional programmers prefer either Linux or Mac. Because Linux can be extremely fast and efficient for programming. Just has such a good environment for that, where Windows just isn't. You can do it in Windows, but it's not a great experience. It feels much, much worse than both Mac and Linux. So most programmers choose either Mac OS or Linux, and I think that's like primarily one of the big pushing points of why people choose Linux. However, gaming is interesting. Most gamers aren't going to choose Linux though, so yeah, actually I would push back against that a lot. Gamers are still going to pick Windows 99% of the time. Like, Windows is just a better gaming experience. Unless you play like older games. There's some caveats here we could carve out for that statement, but in general, most gamers are going to play on Windows. It just has the most compatibility. Everything's built with Windows in mind. So Windows makes sense from that perspective. However, I'm more of an old school gamer, so a lot of times I just don't like playing on Windows. It's just not a fun experience for me, to where I like to play in Linux. But I play older games. I'm not a hardcore gamer these days. I don't love the experience on the obviously like AAA titles when they first come out kind of are a little buggy a lot of times, or they don't play because like anti-cheat or something funky. So you do have those issues. So hardcore gamers are just going to choose Windows. And it's nothing. This is nothing like Linux. It's not a Linux problem. Like I've seen people have some pretty bad hot takes about this and say Linux needs to do better on programming or gaming, and I'm like, no, that's not what's happening here. The problem we're having now is not compatibility. Everything would work on Linux. It's just some publishers actively block and are hostile to Linux. That's just what's happening now. That's the problem in 2025. It's not, hey, can Linux play this game? Yeah, it absolutely can. There's no game it can't play. The problem is the publishers, the game developers. The game developers are the major issue here. A lot of them just don't want you playing on Linux. Full stop. That's the problem. That's the 2025 problem right now. So it's nothing to do with Linux. Yeah, modding can be a bad experience. Actually, it's getting better in that front because I like a lot of Bethesda games. Let me pull up my browser here. Okay. Yeah. Let's go. What was it? Linux mod tool Nexus mods. I want to say Nexus mods has a new native manager. This was a year ago. What is it? Releases. Okay, so here is the new one 5 days ago. Nexus mods have been making this better. Has anybody used Nexus mods on Linux? Let's give it a whirl. It looks like, is this app image? It's like an app image, actually. Well, here's the app image. Kind of makes it. I'm gonna look at see what this makes this tick. Oh, I was about to say, man, my system is taking off. Now we're compiling everything there. So let's. Probably should have put this in its own directory. What is it using? What's our executables? Nexus Mods app. Really? Welcome to Nexus Odds. Right. Currently, the app supports Stardew Valley, Cyberpunk 2077. The last I checked, let's just do it as guessed. I want to say they were adding in the Bethesda games. They were working really hard on it. And that was the next up. Right now, it looks like Stardew Valley and Cyberpunk. Nexus Mods roadmap. Let's see what that looks like. Windows, Linux. So you got Baldur's Gate 3, Bannerlord, Skyrim, of course, and then more to follow. Let's look at the Trello board. So up next is Baldur's Gate 3. Then we got the Bethesda game support has been in the planned stages for a bit. That'll be a big one. Witcher 3 should be relatively easy. So yeah, it's coming along. So I don't anticipate the mods really being a huge issue for the average person soon. Trademark, Linux trademark soon. But all these mods can obviously be installed. Like you can run some compatibilities through like Wine and other things. It's not great though. I usually just auto install on like a Windows box and then just copy the mod folder over once I get it all set how I want it. But yeah, very cool though. That's where we're at. That's kind of like I see for the future of modding in Linux. Sounds like an elitism, but I think the corporate game industry is just a bunch of suckers who don't realize the value of Linux, except for maybe Valve. I don't know if that's it. I think my take would probably be a little different. I would say do not open Skyrim mods. Twitch would kill the stream. True. Bunch of pervs in the Skyrim mods community. It's true. Honestly, Cyberpunk mods can be just as bad, if not worse. But yeah, probably my take on that, why the corporate gaming industry doesn't particularly like Linux is, I think just from efficiency and cost perspective is why. They don't want the headache of supporting another operating system that they don't really see much return on. The return's not there yet from a money perspective. So I could see them doing it though for like SteamOS. I think that's where the future lies for gaming on Linux, is just a mainstream support for handheld type games. But if it's not like a handheld, you can play it on the go type game, I don't think the gaming industry really just cares about Linux, nor do they want to support it or say it works on it. And that's why I think they actively block it, because it's more of just a headache and there's not a money incentive for them to really do it. And that's why you see them not really even bother with it or actively block it. I think probably someone in chat might chime in here, but I would say I feel like it's a cop-out, but they say there's a lot more cheaters on Linux. there's a lot more hack tools or ways to cheat on Linux. And I have a bit of a hot take on that. While I think that's probably there's probably from just a percentage in the population in Linux, probably a good bit on the hack tools and stuff. Hello? Hello. Oh, thank you. Here, I'll just bring up that. Oh my gosh, you're gonna be on the street. Oh man, it is toasty. Oh man, oh that's so nice of my wife to bring me breakfast. All right. Where was I? Yeah, I lost track. I just saw food and I got sidetracked. Anyways, yeah, I don't know. I think of that, and I as far as hackers on Linux, yeah, they probably, as just a general percentage, are probably a little bit higher. But I mean, so few people use Linux; it's kind of a skewed perspective. As far as protecting a game from hackers, there's easy anti-cheat on Linux just like there is on Windows. And I would say, yeah, I'm just not a fan of a lot of DRM and the hack tool prevention and the cheating. I don't see a way to necessarily prevent it 100%. And yeah, there is more snooping probably on Windows, and it's probably easier to spy on the user compared to Linux, where you could kind of compartmentalize and hide the hack tool, probably be better than the Windows counterpart. But I think it's a pretty weak argument. I have a hard time buying that. Yeah. Wait, the wife exists. Oh. Do you see Microsoft building their own handheld without partnering up with anyone? Maybe. I think they already did, didn't they? Someone just hacked into the video stream. Oh no. It's because I'm on Linux. No, but yeah, no, I think that's understandable. I mean, I get it. But I think there would become a time where the handheld community, like the Steam Deck itself, is an amazing device from a software perspective. And they've really shown the world, hey, gaming on a PC doesn't have to suck. And it's a much better experience when you have your game supported and it works on the Steam Deck. I'll carve out those caveats, but it is a great experience. It's way better than having to load up a Windows desktop, and it just works really, really well. So I think a lot of the gaming community, Valve has really shown, hey, these handhelds are very valuable. Millions of people are using them now, and these days I think I'm gaming on my Steam Deck more than I am on my beast of a system with like a 4070 Super, and I have all of them, and I have a 7800 XT inside. I have literally two gaming machines every which way I sit. Any place I sit down, I pretty much have a gaming machine at. And I still play more on my Steam Deck. And the Steam Deck's using like this old ass RDNA 2 APU that's kind of on this little tiny screen. I don't necessarily like the ratio of 1280 by 800 is not a great ratio to play games, and I'm still playing more on the Steam Deck than I am these beast of a systems. That's kind of insane. That should tell you that fundamentally, from a software perspective, Valve's done an amazing job. So yeah, that's something. Do we still have a trash CLI? Where is my trash? Let's see. There's trash. Okay. Trash is good. Let's install. Yeah, so the 1280 by 800 is like a 16 by 10 aspect ratio, where most games prefer like a 16 by 9 aspect ratio. So it can get a little weird depending on the game you're playing in certain installs, but I mean, it plays so many games and it works very, very well. Like I was, when I left and stayed over at my buddy's house up in Oklahoma, it was an amazing experience. Like, you know, it was like 10 o'clock and I was just like, oh, okay. And I remember just pulling out my Steam Deck and I was just able to kind of jam, play some game. And I was like, oh, this is great. And it's so accessible. You didn't have to like boot up, update your system, launch the launcher, update the launcher's launcher. And then, you know, kind of Steam takes care of all that. And that's just Linux at its core that shows, hey, this is a better experience. So, you know, the future's kind of bright in that respect. So as much as I like to crap on some of the Linux compatibility, most of that, or really it's more of crapping on the game developers not supporting Linux or just blocking Linux users is probably the biggest gripe I have. The rest of it looks really good, and I really enjoy it. So I think it's fine. That is still going. Let's let that go. The main thing that keeps me pushing me back to Linux is the constant enshittification of Windows with every major update. Swimming carcass, 1000%. That is why people use Linux. Because of Microsoft. It's hilarious. Microsoft's the biggest proponent of it. Like a lot of Linux people, like the hardcore Linux folks now, I probably should specify. A lot of them always think Microsoft's trying to kill us Linux desktop users. They want us to use Windows. That's not what's happening, man. The biggest proponent and the push to use Linux is coming from Microsoft because they're ruining Windows. I see that every single day. Microsoft is the biggest love of Linux, whether they know it or not. I think they want to, and honestly, their actions have shown that they're constantly breaking things on Windows, and they're the reason more people are going to Linux, because the options are Linux and Mac, and a lot of people don't want to do Mac for various reasons. Linux is your other option. That's it. Bacon is very good. Well, I don't think it's just that either, Dan. So, I would say this. Like, I have the Mac over here, and I like the Mac because it kind of forces me to program. So, when I'm on my Mac, guess what? I can't play games. Yeah, you can install games. You could do, like, crossover or their wine variant, but it's just so inferior compared to the Linux counterpart. So, if you want to do any kind of gaming, your options are Linux and Linux. And more Linux. Unless you're like a World of Warcraft player. Maybe Final Fantasy 14. So maybe older MMO players that like the mainstream, those two mainstream games. You could probably use Mac. I think they have native Mac clients. But that's like, what? 20, 30 games that use like the metal architecture? Everybody else, you're installing Linux. Linux is your only savior here. You either use Linux or use Windows. That's your options. So as much as people like, I think a lot of Linux people don't understand that either. Like a lot of Linux folks are like, hey, Mac OS is a threat because it's Unix based. I'm like, yeah, well, you might think that, but dude, if you like play games, you're going to be loading up Linux, man. I mean, you just need Linux. What's up, Odor? Oh yeah, Baldur's Gate 3 runs natively on Mac too. There are some games that run natively on Mac. Most do not, and if they run through any kind of compatibility layer or emulation, it is awful because they're translating from ARM to x86 architecture in most instances. And when you do that translation, you lose just boatloads of performance. And it just makes Mac a very inferior experience in almost all games, except for those that have its own native Mac client that uses Metal, which is Metal's, again, like it's like Vulkan for Linux. Without Metal, it just does not play very well. You can get stuff to play, don't get me wrong. I kind of hacked around. I was like, maybe I could do a video on that. And then as I hacked around, I was like, this is not a really good experience. I don't know if I even want to show people this janky, like you got like porting kit and some other projects that are just not very good, especially compared to what Linux has. So that's kind of where it's at. It depends on you as a person. I think if you're a full-time programmer, you don't need a game, Mac is amazing. It's an amazing alternative to Linux. If you do like gaming, though, and you are like programming, I mean, Linux is like checking all the boxes on that. You're going to want to use Linux. If you're just like a hardcore gamer and all you do is game in and out every day, you're going to be using Windows for the foreseeable future. I'm not going to completely write Linux off for you, but probably in the next 3 to 5 years, I could see you're going to be on Windows. There's just no way. Until game publishers come around. But I don't know. I don't know if that'll ever happen. Oh, no. Sorry, I'm going to eat. I'm going to eat here. I'm starving. No, I don't ever see Microsoft doing their own like sanctioned Linux distro. If Microsoft ever really wanted to utilize Linux, let's say I was an executive at Microsoft. I was in the boys club and I was in the C-suite and I had tons of power. In that hypothetical scenario, I probably would fire most of the kernel team, or at the very least take the kernel team and have them work diligently on incorporating all the built-in, baked-in Windows stuff to the Linux kernel. And then once that transition happened, just completely kill that whole division of Microsoft and just have everyone use the Linux kernel for everything. Microsoft's contributed drastically to the Linux kernel. They've made a lot of commits to it. So I could see a future where Microsoft just kind of amps that up a bit and then just moves over completely to the Linux kernel and then takes everything, and it's not that far. It wouldn't be that hard for them, I think, to do this. Now, it would be obviously a couple years of pain, but I think of the transition from 32-bit to 64-bit during the Vista era. That's a bigger jump, I think, than going from the Microsoft kernel, that old crappy NT kernel that has been bastardized over the past 20 years, and then moving over to a Linux kernel. That would actually make a lot of sense, and it would save them a ton of time and money and headache, and they could just contribute to that. I think that's a real thing. However, you got to remember, that's what I would think to do. Most people in the C-suite, especially when you go to Microsoft, Apple, a lot of these big companies, it's a boys club, and I say that meaning it's mostly 70-year-old men, and they don't really have a great grasp on things anymore. If you're that old, I'm not saying, this is kind of ageist, but if you're that old, you're going to have a hard time adapting and changing and taking risk. It's just not really in the cards at 70. And that's most of the people in the executive suites of most of these major tech companies. You'd think they're like these 20, 30-year-old guys that are like, let's make some changes and stuff. But no, most of them are just kind of old guys that are billionaires. They don't want to take any massive risks like this. So you're just never going to see anything like that. The only thing I can think of is, somebody else coming along and doing something different. But even then, it's like these big companies would just absorb them or pay them millions, maybe billions of dollars, depending on the technology, and then just absorbing them into the giant corpos. And I don't know the solution there or where I'm going with this, but that's just kind of how I see it. So I don't think anything will really change for now. Maybe somewhere in the future. I identify as 70 years old. Can I join that club? That's a club that has been around for much longer than either of us have been alive. You're either in it or you're not. Can we get rid of shareholders? Not really. So, this is kind of like pulling back the curtain a little bit, but how business works in 2025 is really interesting. Most people, most businesses, even YouTube channels now, it's kind of wild. Private equity's entered the YouTube space. Like, I think Veritasium, Fireship, a lot of the bigger YouTube channels now are owned by, either venture capital or private equity. And it's kind of wild to see this. Now, having said that, I'm not above it. I'm not like looking down on this, but here's how it works. They come along, they basically give you a fat paycheck, multi-million-dollar paycheck. You say, yes, please. And they're like, all right, we're going to help you expand. And then you hire people and try to expand your business to grow the revenue stream. And then eventually they want like a return. There's a lot of nuance to all of this, but that's typically how most businesses work. Because, I mean, if someone came along and said, hey, Titus, I'll pay you $10 million for a percentage, like a 60% percentage of ownership of your business, I'd be like, cool. Depending on terms, I probably would have a stipulation of like, here's what I would do to private equity in this instance. And don't hate me for this, but I would take the money, I'd take the paycheck, but I'd have a stipulation that I only have to stay on for 12 months. Something like that. I'd have an out plan. I'd take the cash, and then after 12 months, deuces, and then I'd just go build my own thing. Just start over again, and I'd be totally happy with that. And that's how most people do it, and that's just kind of how the business realm works. So once you hit like just this precipice or this thing where you can just shoot up like a hockey stick, and you hit that terminal velocity of success, and they recognize you, and you get your payout. I mean, I don't see a point in sticking around past that, because I mean, hell, who needs more than $10 million? At that point, I'd be like, man, we're going on vacation. And that's what usually happens, you know? Who's your owner, Chris? His wife, probably. Yep. So yeah, that's kind of how business works, though. I mean, and you can't really get mad at people for taking those massive paychecks. Why wouldn't you? Most have some kinds of non-compete set up, so you can't do that. Yeah, but when I say I start my own thing, I could just start a whole different business that doesn't compete. And usually those non-competes, depending on the state and where it's signed and certain other things, like Texas is actually pretty lenient on non-competes. I've actually had to sign a non-compete here, and it's actually not that bad. So you still... I would just do something different. I have a vast skill set. I don't mind Like if I had to sell everything and then start over or doing something different, I can do that. That's not a big issue for me. But I mean, especially if I got $10 million to bounce a new business off of, man, the runway would be huge because I don't have any employees as is. So I just gotta do everything myself. Think about how much different things you could build off of that. It's just insane. But I say all that to be like, that's the modern day business is it's just a different beast. You know, I really love what I do, and I would like to think, I don't think I'll ever get much bigger than I am now, and I'm totally happy with that. I just love my life. I love my day to day. I love sitting here chatting with you all, and then just kind of going in, hey, let's program, let's mess up some stuff in Linux today. There's no business case for anybody to buy my business, and I love kind of how I am. I make enough essentially to make it by. You know, I did well in my career leading up to this, where, you know, I had a pretty good career for 20 years, and I don't spend any money. Like, my car's 12 years old, and heck, I still got my day job for like insurance and some other benefits and stuff, and I really like my day to day. So I don't think there's an actual business case for anybody to offer me any money for what I do, but for a lot of other businesses out there, once you hit a certain level of success, and most businesses are obsessed with growth, and I'm just not. So I'm a little bit different and kind of an odd duck. I do what I do because I love it. And I know I could probably do a lot of things differently to grow and also make more money, but I don't really care. I just like doing this. And if you really enjoy it and you like your life as it is, if hiring an employee is going to stress you out and make your life worse, but you're going to make more money, is that worth it? A lot of people say yes to that question. And I would just say no. I get, probably per week, 50 to 60 different emails from people like, hey, I got thumbnails I can design for you, or I'm an editor, or God, I get a ton of those emails. And it's not that, I'm sure some of these people are very talented and would probably be good for my business, but I just will never hire you just because I don't want to. I don't want that stress. I don't want to sit there and babysit somebody. I hate managing people. I think it's awful. And I just love what I do now, and I do an okay enough job to do okay. And I think that's fine. That's it. That's the thing. Like, once you get and you like your day to day, why would you change? Everyone's like, I think there's this also sentiment in business too, where you're either growing or dying. And I'm like, I get that, but I think you can grow in different ways that are not from like a bottom line. I think you can grow, like, how I think of growth is, how am I growing or expanding my skill set? Like, my obsession with F sharp lately, this past month, has been like, hey, let's learn F sharp and kind of dive into that. And like a couple months back, it was like Rust and different other things. I like exploring those because I get that growth, but it's not from a viewership or a financial perspective. It's from an actual skill or a purpose kind of perspective, where I'm able to still grow, but I don't have to worry about all that other nonsense from a business thing. So I don't know. That's kind of deep for this early in the morning. You know, I think that was a little much. Now that I think about it, I hit a little too hard. But oh well. Have you ever had a job that just didn't work out? How did you handle it? So, let me think. I'm trying to think of a job where I got fired. Is that what you're asking? I've only been fired from one job, and I've totally deserved it. I was like a teenager, and I was like 19, working at a movie theater, and I only had that job so I could go see movies on Tuesdays where they would do the premiere. So I tried to work as little as possible so I could see all the free movies. That was my idea, my life hack. And I actually milked that for like 2 years. And I would work like 1/2 day a month just to, like, my paycheck was like $20. For real. Like after taxes. I don't even know. It was like enough for like a combo meal at McDonald's. And I got fired from that job. They called me and it was like, hey, Titus, yeah, you don't need to come in anymore. We don't need you. I was like, man. All right. So I think that's kind of my thought there. So that doesn't really count though. I've never actually been termed from a business for like just out of the blue. Like I always kind of joke at my day job now. I'm always expecting them to fire me. But even if they did, I would be like, well, it's been a good run. I don't have any complaints. And it's not like I have like my lifeblood's in that. So whenever that relationship comes to a close, I'd understand. They could call me in the office tomorrow and I'd be like, I get it. It's cool. So no, I guess I never have. So I'd say that's a thing. I've always been very much a hard worker, and I've always kind of seen the ebbs and flows of businesses, and you can kind of know. I've never been completely blindsided by a layoff or anything like that, and I've always been high enough up where I could see it kind of coming. So I've been very lucky, I'd say. But I've had jobs I've hated, and those jobs I've definitely planned an escape from, and as soon as I got an out, I took it. So I mean, there's one thing I never really numbed my brain so much to where I was just like, hey, I'm just gonna stick here and do the 9 to 5 and just slowly like quiet quit. I've never been a quiet quitter. I've always just been a vocal quitter. But I'm like, okay, this sucks. I am miserable. I need to change things. Well, all right, let's do something different. And I would always have something kind of on the side or work another job. And, I remember when I was younger, I had like 3 jobs. And that's all I did was work. And I didn't mind it because each job was kind of different. So usually I had jobs that were vastly different. Even later in my career, in my 30s, when I had some more trying times where it was more difficult, I had one job where I was kind of like an engineer in a satellite company. And then I was also an IT manager at a law firm. So I did both jobs. And that was kind of really interesting because they required 2 completely separate skill sets. And I really enjoyed, like, on Monday, Wednesday, Friday, I would usually do the satellite company. And then on Tuesday, Thursday, I would do the IT management. And I really liked that dynamic of bouncing back and forth from, like, the engineering perspective to the management of, like, just technology perspective. And I've always been like that. I like to have a lot of that to keep my mind kind of occupied, and also to not get stale. And maybe I'm a little bit of a workaholic in that regard. I think lately, probably the last 2-3 years, that if I had to look at things I should have done, I feel like I should work more. I feel like I have slacked off a little bit, and I should do more. But a lot of times it's weird. There's this law of diminishing returns when it comes to content creation. So it's a whole different bag in that too. Oh yeah, coworkers. It's kind of funny. Like the job I've hated the most usually have been like retail type jobs when I was coming up, and even though the job sucked, the coworkers were like awesome. Like that's some of the best people I've ever worked with was doing retail stuff. So I've always enjoyed that. So yeah, and it really does matter who you work with too. Like coworkers can really make up the difference even in a crappy job. Yeah, and I it's weird. I think the job market's also drastically changing. So I think there's this weird era shift, I think, happening, at least here in America. It might be true across the world, but as I see it, most big business, like I think a lot of people, especially in the 2000s, like wanted to work for like a FANG company or a big corporation and have that level of, I think 20 years ago at least, that's what I was thinking I wanted, because that would give you this level of comfort and reliability or stability. And that's just not true anymore. If anything, the bigger the company, the less stable you are. So these days, you're almost wanting to work for a small business instead. I think that's really where the magic lies, where happiness can be for most people out there. I couldn't imagine any amount of money that Microsoft or Apple or any FANG company could offer me to make me work for them. I know I wouldn't be happy. So I would just deny almost everything. Now, if they came along and like, we'll pay you $5 million, I'd be like, all right, well, life might suck for about a year, but I only need about a year at $5 million to be completely set for the rest of my life. So I'll go ahead and make that sacrifice for 1 year. But most instances, it wouldn't. It would be, obviously a very good salary, but not enough to leave what I'm doing now. It would just, that's too much. So I think small business, obviously, if you're an entrepreneur, you can do your own thing. That's always the best option. There's just a lot that happens with taxes and things in the back end where you do have a lot of benefits when you have your own business. At least here where I'm at. So yeah, I think that's my overview of the business job market as I see it. I would target more of the in-house, smaller business than the big business, because big business is just too dirty, too unreliable, and it's just not conducive for a good future, I think, in so many ways. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's just some rambling rant. What do I know, though? I have just under 2 months left in my current contract. A person from Meta reached out about a data center role. It's essentially what I do now. I'm applying for it, but it pays 10 times more than I make now and isn't a contract job. Hey, I get it. Yeah, I think it is just the current structure is build out a personal brand, market yourself, and get really good at interviewing, and then be able to go and interview a bunch of different places, get the top end peer, and then never, ever, ever dedicate yourself to a business and never make it about your personality. I know many people, especially in my generation, growing up, the business became one of the biggest priorities in that person's life, or how they identified, or every time you get together and talk, and you were always talking about some kind of, hey, this is what I'm doing. And that's just a big mistake, I think. A lot of times you shouldn't have any loyalty to any business, and I would say you really should always be out there looking for something better, especially with the bigger businesses. Small business, and if you can have a personal relationship with the owner, that's different. But when it comes to bigger business, there is no loyalty. They will drop you. You're just a number in a spreadsheet. You need to know that, and always be looking out for you, and know that business is all about profits to put to other places, and that's okay. I'm not saying that in a negative way. I'm just saying that's just how it works, and you should always be looking for something better, and always keep your options open, because I see too many people dedicate themselves to a business and think, oh, they would never let me go through. I'm just such an essential part of this team, and we built this up. And they have all these weird culture bullshit at most of these big companies. You have like private chefs and all this crazy stuff. It's all a facade. That business doesn't care about you. They're just trying to make you believe that they do. None of them care about you. They care about their bottom line. That's it. And that's just big business. If Microsoft offered you a contract for $1 million a year for 5 years, and you're in control of a Windows development and direction, would you take it? I'm 43 now. It'd be 48 when I leave. But that's $5 million. I'd have to carve out some exceptions there. Specifically, probably related to remote work. Remote work and travel would probably be the deciding factor there. So if I could just come out to my garage most days and do it, no more than probably 1 or 2 days of travel a month. Obviously, you'd probably still be flying to like Richmond, Virginia or something like that. Although there's some Microsoft offices here in Dallas-Fort Worth. I wouldn't mind going into there a couple days a week or even daily for that amount of salary. So yeah, no, I wouldn't completely dismiss it, but it would just depend on the terms. And I think, anybody that would say otherwise is just lying to you. That or they're already like a millionaire. But no non-millionaire is going to just completely go, nah, I'm not interested. I'm not interested in millions of dollars. No, everyone is. $5 million chump change. Hey. Yeah, so if you get like a big contract like that, I'm sure you're going to have pretty stringent KPIs that you have to do, like key performance indicators that most people would do, and for that price, I imagine you're gonna probably be directly reporting to like a VP somewhere, and yeah, there's gonna be a level of stress that you're gonna take on for that kind of money. So nothing's ever a free lunch. That doesn't exist. So you got to understand, just kind of weigh the pros and cons there, but it's definitely not something you just completely write off. I wouldn't. It would take a lot, though. It would take a lot for me to accept a job like that. Money's not everything, but I think of my grandma before she passed and what she told me. My grandma used to have some money, and then essentially when I was a baby, they went broke. My grandfather passed, and he did some shady stuff. I don't know exactly all the behind the scenes there, but the long story short is they lost everything. All their land, all the money, everything. Gone. And I remember going to visit her in the nursing home. And I remember she was like, money's not everything, but it sure as shit doesn't hurt. And there's some truth there too. So you need enough. Don't completely discount the value of money. There is some value there. You do need enough to live comfortably. That's different from person to person and family to family, but yeah. Securing, like, when when I do my calculations, I think of securing my future, maybe the future for my kids, and that's how I value money. Yeah, there needs to be a balance. Yes, agreed, 100%, for sure. But yeah, I think after this number's probably changed, but I want to say most people was around 70,000 was the number that most people need to make to be where the level of happiness didn't drastically change from like one bracket to the next. So if you make like 70K, the difference between of happiness between someone making 70K and 150K was not very drastic. But someone making 35K and someone making 70K, there's a drastic happiness difference because the person making 35K can barely pay rent and afford food, where the person making 70K can do all those like necessities. So there's definitely some nuance there for sure. I'm almost done with my breakfast. I probably should eat before jumping on the stream. But oh well. We're here now. Will Windows live on or will it die? Windows is still the number one market share by a long shot, by a lot. I think Mac's around 20% now, and Windows still has 70% of the market share. Linux has like 4 or 5%, depending on the metrics you check. Over the past, 15 years. So they went from, I think it was 2010 when they were around 98, 97% of the market share. They've lost effectively about 25%-ish, or 20%, 20 to 25% of the market share in the past 15 years. So, they might lose more, and maybe that's an exponential curve as they lose more users. But, yeah, let's say you double that, and say in the next 15 years, they could lose 50% of the market share. So 15 years from now, that would be 2040. Well, God knows what the world will look like, or if we're even still here in 2040. You multiply that at an exponential rate curve of loss. Let's say they just do nothing but except make Windows worse and worse and worse, and they just continue that trend without ever improving. They'd still probably would have about 20% market share. And that's in 15 years. So, I mean, it's going to be around for a very long time. And that's the absolute worst case scenario that I laid out. You got to also remember Microsoft owns a ton of patents. And whether or not Windows dies doesn't even matter really that much onto their bottom line. I think Windows is less than, I want to say it's like 20-30% of their revenues. So it's not even it's a chunk of the revenue, but it's really not as much as you think. They've really done a good job diversifying, and they've done a lot. So Microsoft's going to be here for a very, very long time, whether you like it or not. What would need to happen before Microsoft makes chances on Windows? I don't think they're capable. I mean, here's a hot take. I don't think Apple's capable either. Everyone likes to look up the FANG companies, but the reality is most are run by people that don't want change, and they're unable to innovate. A lot of the founders have already gone, and they're not able to do anything. They can just kind of stem the bleeding, and they're not capable of really developing much. So it's going to take something. I imagine at some point in time, there's going to be someone out there that develops something so good that it just completely dethrones everyone we know in the FAANG company space right now. And that those companies will get shuffled around. That eventually will happen because they have laid stagnant, and essentially all of them are run by just marketing people or logistics people, and it's just not even, they don't have any innovation anymore. It's only a matter of time before someone does innovate and they're gone. In your good sense of business. Well, I'd say Bill Gates is Bill Gates was a ruthless businessman. Ruthless. Absolutely cutthroat. And he was the one that developed the monopoly Microsoft had. He was the one that really cultivated them to be the juggernaut in this space. To get all the patents, to be able to patent troll people, to get in, have this such a huge space and dominate and stifle competition. He was fantastic at all these things. He's a terrible person. Terrible at a lot of things when it came to us evolving computing. I feel like he was a net negative, but you could also argue the other side of things. I'm just doing more of the contrarian point of view here. And I think he did have a vision for things, and he did develop such a very a bedrock cornerstone with Windows and how they were able to capture so much market share and then hold on to it and rule with an iron fist so much of the computing technology from the late 90s and onward. It's kind of wild. But I see that hold, all falling kind of apart. Same with almost all of the big companies that have a big thing in the space because of a lot of these people and how they're just not able to be very good business. They're not. I mean, Apple to an extent, even Google to an extent, is kind of ruthless with like 30% toll booth keeping, out of the app stores and other things. So, I mean, it's not to say that these ruthless business practices don't exist today. Microsoft's just done a better job of diversifying from that. So I would say the two biggest companies that have probably the biggest problems I see in the next 5 to 10 years is actually not Microsoft at all. I think Microsoft has done a great job of diversifying, and I think that their revenues will remain pretty good, and I think they'll keep going up in value. Believe it or not, even with Windows declining in market share, I think the biggest one that I see a massive problem with is Apple and also Google. Both Apple and Google, those two, I think I think there's gonna be some very rough waters for both those companies coming up, mainly because the toll booth methodology of they getting a 30% cut of everything and like the app stores is coming to an end, and they're not able to innovate anymore. Like a lot of the products Google makes is just not very good. A lot of the products Apple makes is just iterations on something that's been done in the past. I don't see any innovation anymore. So I think those two companies have some major problems ahead of them. All right, sweet. I'm done with my breakfast. Google is a really hot take. I don't align myself there. Doing a good job with AI generated video, AI generated website designs. Well, okay. Let me walk you through this. Just as a contrarian, I'm really good at kind of seeing what everyone else is saying and then thinking the opposite. And typically that's going to do you a lot of service in life, especially financially. Always thinking the opposite of what everybody else is thinking is always just a good thing to be able to do. So probably the biggest thing that could be completely wrong here. I'm not saying this is exactly what's going to happen, but I at least want you to think about this. It's a thought-provoking exercise. What if, you know how everything's AI now, right? They're doing great with AI generated video, AI generated voice, AI generated everything, right? AI coding and LLMs and everything. What if this is an entirely unprofitable endeavor? Meaning they're just churning so much energy and the cost is so high to run these AI models that they end up burning through a ton of cash and they never really thought about profitability. So let's take that thought a little bit further now. Is what they're generating worth the amount of energy being expended to make the thing? A lot of instances, this is probably going to be a big no. So, what if Google, Meta, all the big players in the AI space, everyone wants to win the AI space. I'm not even include Apple in this. I'm sorry. Apple Intelligence is a complete joke. And they need to fire everybody that's worked on it. But the actual people that actually made a decent product. What if they win the space, right? Google wins, Microsoft wins with OpenAI, but winning means all you did was buy and spend billions, maybe even $1 trillion or more on a business that doesn't actually make you money. These are good questions to have because that's a real possibility. A lot of people, when I'm checking YouTube comments, and I think it was like the AI video I made, I mainly did that to be more of a thought-provoking exercise. Caleb, thanks for the sub, man. But it really, the thing about this that you got to think about is, okay, if that's the case and nothing's profitable, what happened to all the money? What happened to all the energy expense? All this just kind of evaporates and it does not translate to anything of any value. Sure, the stock price goes up with all the hype, but a lot of the comments I see on YouTube are, hey, AI's going to the moon. The exponential growth curves just started, and it's going to be smarter than all of us. It's going to grow to this massive entity like Skynet, Terminator, and just be amazing. Probably kill us all. But let's just take the actual complete contrarian view of it and say, what if these LLMs are just by giant if statements and they cost so much energy to run and the business model's not profitable and they just pour billions, maybe trillions of dollars into this technology and it's already at the end of its run life. It can only get so much better because it's run out of data to absorb. It's run out of energy to use. We're already at the upper ends of all the energy grids. We can't grow it exponentially because the energy is not there and the data to learn is not there. That could be another real possibility. This is a path, another alternative to what you see right now in the world. So that's I would say even a better than a 50-50 shot of being true. Just judging by just the analytics of all these companies, I'm not seeing profit. I'm not seeing that the juice might not be worth the squeeze And all these AI bros and MBAs running these big companies aren't as smart as everyone thinks they are. And we just wasted a ton of energy and a ton of capital to make essentially a really good autocorrect. I mean, that's a real thing. It could be the truth. You have to admit that what I just said could be 100% true. And if it is true, oh God, that is just soul crushing. So I hope I'm wrong. Just to be on the hair. I hope I'm wrong, and hopefully this goes somewhere more than it is right now. Because where it is right now, that's just kind of what I see. MBAs did reversal damage to the industry. MBAs, consultants, C-suite executives that all just bunked up with each other at college. Yeah. A lot of business people think it's a meritocracy, and it really isn't. It's who you know. And that's a lot of the business realm too. Unless you roll your own thing, you do your own thing, and you build it all yourself. Then you're the limiting factor. So I think, there's still ways to make it really, really, really work for you. So, Next big innovator in the tech world won't be Silicon Valley. It'll be Chinese. No, possibly. I mean, it's really interesting to see Chinese business enter the space here in America. You would be shocked at how many jobs are getting generated from Chinese companies that are American-based now, or expanded to America. It's an amazing amount. So, yeah, it could be. I mean, from the AI side of things, it was kind of funny seeing DeepSeek pop out of nowhere, and everybody knows that story. But even more so, even more traditional Chinese companies have entered this space, whether it's battery companies. There's quite a few of those that have entered the space. You have shipping companies that are coming in, because right now in America, usually we have USPS, UPS, and like FedEx, DHL, a few others, but you're starting to see some of the shipping from Chinese companies coming to America as well. It's interesting to see kind of how all that's unfolding, and it's really an interesting endeavor. But I caution people, man, working for big business right now, it's just there's so much movement happening. I'd be curious to see what happens with it all. I dig it as a useful pair programmer. Agreed, Mel. I absolutely love LLMs from pair programming perspective. It's really, really cool. Like, hey, analyze my code. What do you think about this? What recommendations would you have? What would you have done differently? What other methods could we do to accomplish this? Great from a learning perspective. Chris, everything that goes around comes back in fashion. And 20, 30, 40 years in the future, AI goes away? Possible. It could be. I don't know. I don't think anybody really knows. I just want to give you guys some alternate takes here. Just other things to think about. They make great products. Slander's unwarranted, honestly. Yeah, I mean, I think why you have so much slander when it comes to China specifically is, one, it's not a democracy. And two, you also have kind of how they took advantage with, I think it was the 1990s. Cold Fusion did a really good expose on how we kind of brought them into the global economy, and we didn't really get a lot from it. And a lot of the manufacturing here in America moved out, and it destroyed so many jobs and so many markets here. So a lot of people don't like it because of the effects of that, and I get it. Microwind stream. Well, let's do it tomorrow. We can do the microwind tomorrow. Yeah, the spying angle, I don't think it's necessarily spying. I think from that perspective, I just wonder where it's going. You know, I don't know from a spying perspective and all that. I just like nah. But from a manufacturing standpoint, it's kind of interesting, and also a lot of manipulation with the currencies. It's just there's so many factors at play here. It's not a simple thing to explain or understand. And I think too many people try and boil it down to like this really easy black and white picture. And it's not that. It really isn't. There's so many factors that come into globalization and how the modern economy works that you can't just boil it down into a 10-minute YouTube video. I'd be such a terrible financial streamer. Economy mansplained by Titus, the economy. 5-hour long video, me just yapping. Yeah, the IP stealing is probably the biggest problem I have. A lot of what they have was stolen. That's kind of messed up. I get it. Yeah. Wall Street bets, man. Oh, God. I love Wall Street bets. I still love the GameStop thing. That was so great. The short squeeze. Oh, my God. That'll never happen again. Alright. Now that we've actually finished, let's actually do something, shall we? Did we finish the... Oh. Quick shell. Manual intervention. Let's see. Huh. Well, let's try to do another upgrade. Let's see what... I think we missed quick shell. That was a big fat sidetrack, man. How bad was that sidetrack? That was like an hour-long sidetrack. I think it was an hour and a half. Oh my word. Huh. Yeah, I agree with that, Rux. Every major company on Earth is spying on other ones. Information's the key. Even more so marketing. How you market your spying matters. Public perception is key. Oh no, quick shell. No good. LTO wrapper failed. Oh no. Quick shell. So I have regular quick shell installed, but not the other. Oh no. Well, let's get rid of quick shell. Yeah, let's just remove it for now. So let's do another upgrade. Dash SYU. Did you yap that much in your job as sysadmin? No, man, I was kind of like a loner. I really did not. Oh no, what is going on here? I saw something in here. Warp terminal. That's not installed, right? Oh God, it is. Let's try that again. Okay, that looks good. Now, is everything up to date? All right, I've already ignored GIMP. And the version of Moonlight Qt we have installed is newer than what's in the AUR, so we're good. All right, let's give it a reboot. Oh, there's a sync job happening right now. What? Let's just do a sync. Huh. Are you back on DWM again? Yeah, man. I always end up on DWM. I tell you what. Oh, come on. What? Is time shift in the middle of like a utility or something? Oh. I see what's happening here. Yeah. We got a backup running right now. It's like, hey, you are running a backup right now. We cannot reboot. Interesting. Hey, how's it going, ABS? We're just yapping today. Kind of fixing things up. Back on DWM, you know. I can never, ever get away from DWM. It just has stolen me with the simplicity. And everything just works exactly how I like it. It's almost impossible. Every time I leave, it just reaches out, grabs me, pulls me back in. And I'm like, no, but it doesn't look good and it's old. I don't, but man, does it work. God, does it work so well. I just can never get away from it. I know it's boring. I know it doesn't look nearly as good as everything else. But God bless it, it just works so well. All the time. Just does everything. Without exception. Yeah. Very simple. I'm trying to think if there's anything I'd want to change in it. And there really isn't. Now, there is some DWM style videos, right? There was a DWM Rice. I don't know if anybody really uses it, though. Oh, Razzo. Yeah, he's been on the stream. What's his rice look like? Okay. Not bad. Yeah. Let me see. Chad WM. That's funny. The most beautiful DWM configuration ever seen. What's this?
I haven't been this excited about a desktop Rice since I made XFCE look like Windows XP. This is Chad WM, which is a project aimed at making DWM as beautiful as possible. Now, if you aren't familiar with DWM,
all right, Mental
it's
Outlaw,
part of the
take us
Suckless
through it.
toolset, which is all about minimizing bloat and creating programs that just don't suck as much. All of these Suckless tool configurations are done.
Yep.
Now, one of the great things about minimalist software is these different tags are just numbers. So, like, if you're okay with that, if you don't be really frustrating. Alpha transparency, you gotta have that if you're gonna post your Rice to Unix porn. It's very important so that you can get all.
I could add that.
And there's a lot of other stuff here too, like the X resources config. This one's really big too.
I use
so the
Nord
X
for mine.
resources config makes it so that ST, and I think he also has this applied for DWM, it makes it so that the colors that you see here are taken from your X resources instead of you having to manually patch them in to DWM and ST and all of your other programs. And it also supports live reloading, as you can see here. So he's able to basically change his theme in ST.
Well then, let's take a look at this project. That looks cool. Last month, still alive. Well, it looks pretty nice. I don't like necessarily his window layout. I go a little different, but Looks pretty. Hey, Bingo, how's it going? Capuchin theme. Let's see, tag preview. Oh, I like the tag preview. That's kind of neat. Wow. Impressive. I mean, all right. She's using JetBrains nerd font, which is great. PyCom. I think I moved on from PyCom. Can't remember. Am I using PyCom? Let's see. Come on. Well, actually, I could have just checked right there. Oh no, I'm still using PyCom. All right. Well, that's interesting. Rofi. Yep. The rest looks pretty darn good. I wonder how he's doing his live reload, though. That's kind of interesting. Oh, God. He's using ooh for the bar. Oh. See, that's the one thing I like about mine. Well, actually, you know what? I'm using SL status for mine instead of ooh. Ooh does look a lot better. Just as a nasty, nasty program to do anything in. Ew, yuck. All the shenanigans. That was just made by a madman. Makes things look pretty, though. I will say that. Yeah, I think I'd have a hard time transitioning from that, though. uBlock Origin, it's been okay, I guess. Not great. I would prefer to... I think, honestly, if you're going to use Chrome, you really need to do it from a DNS level. So, like, using Pi-hole or something like that to block all the ads would probably be my recommended approach. uBlock Origin, I don't necessarily like, in a lot of the modern web, starting to kind of detect ad blockers a lot and kind of shutting down or making websites malfunction from them. So I'm kind of like, I think going uBlock Origin route is really the best way. AdGuard, yeah, I think AdGuard has a... I thought this was open source last time I checked. Oh, this is where you just use them as a DNS service and just don't set up anything. Yeah, I think you can do the free version and just set up your own Docker container and then just go from there. I want to say that was the case. Yeah, so the purchase is just the cloud-based DNS service. So if you want, I want to say AdGuard installs through Docker. Yeah, AdGuard home. And then you just set it all up, and then it blocks all the ads. That'd probably be the best way to approach this. Here, let me copy this. Paste it into chat for y'all. Let's go. What'd you have? SXWM. What's this one? 2 weeks ago. Okay. So you got tiling, floating, workspaces, scratch pads. Let's see the website. Screenshots. Here we go. Oh, that's interesting. Kind of like that version of it. It's pretty minimal. That fits into what I usually rock. Huh. Let's see how it's constructed. Yeah, Twitch and YouTube ads, they started baking them into the videos, I want to say. So when they serve up the video, it actually comes with like ads built in. It's kind of weird. Twitch does it too, and you can kind of see this when you use Chatterino with like Streamlink. So like anytime I'm doing something, and let's say I want to catch a stream, let's just grab somebody else's stream, or we can use mine. That's fine. So what I like to do is I'll just come here and I'll be like, hey, open in Streamlink. I think I still have this installed. Fine, yeah, I do. It's fine. Yeah. So what I like to do is I'll just come here and I'll be like, hey, open in Streamlink. It's pretty legit. I think I still have this installed. Fine, yeah, I do. It's fine. Yeah, and it just keeps going. So what I like to do is I'll just come here and I'll be like, hey, the inception. Open in Streamlink. It's pretty legit. I think I still have this installed. I wonder how many loops we can do. Yeah, and it just keeps going. So what I like to do is I'll just come here and I'll be like, hey, the inception. Open in Streamlink. It's pretty legit. I think I still have this installed. I wonder how many loops we can do. This is great. So what I like to do is sorry, Twitch. I'm gonna crash the servers. How many loops we can do. This is great. So good. Sorry, Twitch. I'm gonna crash the servers. How many loops we can do. This is great. I love it so much. So I know. So anyways, like I don't like Twitch's website at all. Like I think it's just awful. Like having like live video play as soon as you open up the main page. It's just such a bad design decision in my opinion. Now, having said that, I've benefited from that design decision, so thanks, Twitch. But I don't think from a user perspective it's very good. So what I like to do is I'll like add things in like Chatterino and then use Streamlink to talk and other things. So if it depends on the creator too. Like I think like Primogen and Theo, I sometimes catch their streams a little bit. And what I like to do is pull up their Chatterino and then I pull up the YouTube video. Because the YouTube video usually is a little bit better quality than the Twitch video. So then I'll watch it on YouTube while commenting and having live chat on Chatterino. Usually that's how I usually like to roll. But yeah, teach his own. This looks really neat. It's just straight up Xorg though. Yeah, so this is definitely DWM based. It's probably where they started. It's all written in C, I bet you. Yep. C. Nice. So yeah, it looks like they just took DWM, kind of riced it out a little bit. That's a good config though. I do like it. It's probably one of my favorite ones. Did I start this already? I did. I started a while back. That's cool. All roads lead to Xorg. Yeah, I don't know. Every time I have Wayland, it just doesn't jive with me or have an issue. You know. Oh, did this work? By the way, I forgot to check. Hyper CTL never did come in. Oh, let's fix this. So I added a image clip link, but I don't think it worked on a stream or two ago. So if we look at, so you have Hyper CTL monitors under images 2025. So if we look at this, images 2025, Hyper CTL dash monitors WebP. And if we look at images, GitHub, website, static, images. Let's put it over here. Let's go 2025. Oh, it's a PNG file instead of WebP. I want to be able to convert this to WebP. So if we go File, Save for Web. That's funny. Save for Web. It's too old. It doesn't like that. Let's try to export as WebP. And actually, let's just do 90. See what this looks like. So the PNG file's 57 kilobits, and the WebP is 21. Gosh, I don't even know how you get it so good with WebP. So WebP is just so superior in every way. We'll get that updated. Commodore is now owned by private individuals, including some of the original staff. It's relaunched under Retro ADN. New products coming. What? That's insane. Commodore.net. Bingo. Thank you for that. I prefer PNG. What? So, wait, are they going to remake the OG Commodore? That's wild.
There's many times when I think of you.
Oh, dude, I forgot. I'm gonna get copyright claimed. Oops. Sorry. Let's just add closed captioning. I was about to say, uh-oh. Copyright claim incoming. And the ad started to play. Well, yeah, there's like, uh-oh. Okay, well, still going. So they're bringing it back with RGB, huh? How weird. Commodore 64. Huh. Wi-Fi game transfer. Okay. That's strange. I mean, okay. I'm here for it. All right, let's see. Did this final load? Okay, great. There it is. I think we gotta fix that WebP image. Actually, I gotta see if the WebP image capture even works on Xorg. That's crazy. Yeah, CRT, that's crazy. I couldn't imagine trying to do that now. So I'm not sure how that's going to pan out, but let's see. Oh, nope. Let's try. Okay. Let's try this. Accept the capture. Content is not an image. I think what we do, I think I had it to where I just copy it. No. Let's add a new tab. Actually, let's go up. Where did I, was it DWM? Yeah, that's it. Config. Yeah, that's where we need to be. X clip. No, what next clip? Flame shot. Okay. 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 Mod key control is how I'm doing this. Okay, so now we go mod key control. Boom. Take this. Copies it to clipboard. Now I should be able to take it. Say test. Okay. That did seem to work, but did it actually work? There's another question. So it does look like it's Hyperland or Wayland and Xorg compatible now. So that's nice, but did it actually save it in the right spot is the next question. And my icon theme's off. I think I might have deleted my icon theme. Oh, I think that's the X resources file I deleted. Might have to redo that. Oh, yeah, I need to check that too. All right, I'm going to check that here after I see if this created the proper file. I don't think it did. Let's go static. I thought I put that there, but maybe I don't remember. No, there it is. Okay, that's a WebP. WebP. Perfection. Well, great. That's working good. I feel like I could make that better though. I kind of want to, instead of putting all these in a 2025 folder, I kind of want them in their own separate folder there. But that did work, so I'm super happy. Oh yeah, let's see if the reboot. Oh no, still not working. Is there a status to time shift? Like, how long has this been going? Check. Let's try check. Dude, what is time shift doing in the background? Can I check the status of time shift? Is it just list? Yeah, I mean, it's working. Another instance is currently running. Yeah, but I need to know how far it's along. Huh. Oh, that's strange. Okay. um. So here's all the rsync currently in process. It feels like it's stuck, maybe? Because it's not really doing much. I don't see any CPU usage. And I don't hear my drives churning away. And I feel like it would have been finished by now. Do we kill it? Terminate it? Let's try to just term it. Okay. All right, let's try and term it. Okay, that did work. And then the rest of them gracefully died. Okay, now let's launch time shift. I just wasn't sure. Okay, that says it's still running then. Well then. Sudo btop. Huh. So it's removing all of this right now. I'm running a temp thing. Huh. What, you guys don't like my temps? It's air cooled. It's Xeon, man. 81C. What do you think? Let's see. Minimum maximum operating temperature 67. They say it's fine, nothing to worry about. Reddit. Perfect. I'm sure it's fine. I'm sure it's fine. It does seem a little hot, though, I will say. All right, I shall return. We're gonna do a quick 5-minute break, y'all. Be back in that amount of time. But we do need to, I kind of want to keep an eye on that RM as well. So let's, oh, nope. Let's come back over one. All right. Be right back. All right, great stuff. See you guys here in a minute. still removing? Man, what the heck? Oh, man, I need to set the timer for 10 minutes. I never make the timer, or rarely make the timer. Is that, well... Alright, well. That never finished. Weird. Let's see. Like, a RM should only take a few seconds. I don't like this at all. What happened here? What happened here? Yeah, CPU is toasty. Maybe a drive failing? It's possible. Let's see. Let's just delete one of these. Oh, I don't like this at all. 5 hours? Oh, we got trouble in paradise. What? How big is that backup? Yeah, for a full RM to take 4 hours, maybe it just needs to get going and then it's going to be fine. I think we got drive failure or something. Let's do a scan of the smart disks. That's not... It doesn't matter how big the backup is. 5 hours to delete something? Yeah, smart CTL. I think we've got problems. We've got problems. Do you back up the entire AWS? Shoot, maybe. But I don't think so. Was it smart CTL? Graphic user interface for smart CTL hard drive. Oh, has anybody used G-Smart control? I've never used that. Let's install it. G-Smart control. A GUI tool. I like my GUI tools, sure. Smart control. All right, we're scanning the system. So, bet you it's these discs. These are the Seagate Iron Wolf. Perform tests, maybe. All right. Let's just do a short smart self test. See what we got. And then we'll check the temperature and the error log after this. Seagate. Problem found. Ah. I have not. It's rated, yeah. So these two are just some. They're pretty slow drives. They're 5600 NAS drives. I think I had just kind of laying around. I was like, I'll just toss them in there and then just use that for my time shift. But I don't know. Looking at this just something's amiss here. So we'll try this one, and then we'll go to the next one, 166. Okay. Temps look good. Nothing in the error log, temp log. Do a lot better than my CPU's doing. Self-test still going at 10%. Might also be that it's removing all this and it's slowing down the self-test. Probably shouldn't do both these things at the same time, but when in Rome. Kernel update. Oh, yeah. That could do it. Okay, let's cancel this. Let's close. Yeah, let's just stop. Yeah, let's just go sync, reboots, whatever. Well, let's time shift. Okay, nothing's running on time shift. Rsync. Nothing's on rsync. So let's just quit. MD RAID sync job. So I think there's something going on with this right here. I don't know what it is, but it's never done that before. Well, we'll just do it this way. It should be fine. Yeah, I think it's a RAID tool, and then there was an issue with that. We'll see. We'll see. Optimizing my workflow in Linux. We move back to DWM. Spoiler, it's not much of an optimization. It's a big optimization. But I don't know. I just am not sold on Hyperland and Wayland. I think we've been lied to. I think an industry plant got a hold of all the YouTubers on the old YouTubes and tried to sell this narrative of Wayland's superiority to Xorg. I think we've all been lied to. Just pure lies. Smeared Xorg's good name and its stability. I don't know. Every time I do DWM, everything just works miraculously. Perfect. Every time. What did you dislike about Wayland? Two things that were really bothering me. Well, three things. First thing, Synergy doesn't work on Hyperland. I think it does work with some caveats on like GNOME with Wayland or KDE with Wayland, but I could never get it working. So, Synergy. Number two, GIMP 2.10. Drag and drop functionality is not there. Also, ScriptFoo with 2.10 in Wayland crashes it. You might be like, dang, Titus, why don't you use 3.0? I hate 3.0. Stupid GIMP team, they revamped the whole damn program, so none of my script foos work anymore. So then I have to redo and reprogram them all, and I just don't want to spend a day doing that. So screw it. I'm just going to stay on 2.10 as long as I possibly can. So that's the number 2 gripe. Number 3 gripe with Wayland / Hyperland type setup. Just Wayland. We'll just call it Wayland, because really it's Wayland problems. A lot of actual drag and drop problems. I think there was more drag and drop problems, but other than that, it seemed much heavier and not as responsive as the Xorg counterpart. It felt like there's more lag going on. I don't know. Don't know if that's the truth or not, but it feels worse. It's hard to quantify for a video. So I'm not going to make a video about it probably. Maybe I should. Just be like, old man yells at cloud. Use this ancient tiling window manager built in C because it just works. I don't know. But those are the 3 factors. So, you know. Oh, yeah. All right, now let's try time. Or actually, before we run time shift, let's do G-Smart. Let's try that again. Let's see. On these ones. Past and past. All right. Perform tests. We're just going to do... lifetime hours, 21,000. That's not that long, right? Use the window manager your ancestors made for you. I mean, that's actually a pretty good tagline. I mean, if it works. Let's see. What was I looking up? Okay, it's going. I wanted to look up. It's roughly 2.5 years. Thank you. That's what I was looking up. Seagate, NAS device, average hours before failure. Let's see. Does it give average hours? Oh, look, LTT forms. You said 1.5 mil? Really? Okay, some may die at 10,000 to 50,000 is the variance from this forum post. Seems that tracks. So typically 1 to 5 years. And this is a little older. I guess it has been about 5 years. Oh man, 46,000 on my Toshiba hard drive. This is Seagate though. Bottom tier. F tier for drives. I don't know why I have so many problems with Seagate. My Samsung SATA SSD died exactly 5 years of time. Woo. We're close. Running too hot in the enclosure? I think only about 30 or 40 C when we looked. I think peak temps were around 60 C, but it shouldn't run that hot. CPU, on the other hand, is a little toasty. CPU is running about 80 C. But it is a Xeon server. CPU, those typically run a lot hotter than your residential chips. You run Arch on a Raspberry 5? Yeah. Yeah. You got to install the ARM version of Arch there. OMG Zilla. What you recommend for best for storage? Probably like your self-build TrueNAS is pretty good for your regular home labber. Just get some good drives, slap them into a bare bones unit, and away you go. TrueNAS Scale is my recommendation. Probably these days. I'm still rocking the old Synology, but you know, I wouldn't recommend them now that they completely shat over the whole residential market and said you have to buy our hard drives or some crap. So, but they're still make a solid product, I would say. It's just some bad press this past year or two for them. Greed gets the better of us all. Chris, would you ever water cool your PC? Hell no. That's an easy question and answer. Cooling your PC. What do I look like? Some hipster? What do I look like? Jay's 2 cents? No, I don't have that artistic style. I can't do that. I got better things to do, like setting up Linux on my box for the last 7 years. I don't have time to water cool my PC. What about an AIO? Nah, I'm not a big fan of AIOs. I think they're a little too pricey, and average lifespan of an AIO is like, 3 years? So, I don't know. I think you should just air cool. Just grab a Noctua air cooler, slap it on your PC, and call it a day. Call me a simple man, but I am a simple man. I use DWM. That should tell you I'm about as simple as you get. And then, yeah, I think people try to overcomplicate things. Just get a good case, slap a Noctua cooler on your CPU, maybe blow it out every 3 or 4 years, be done. Depending on environment, obviously. Some environments that are more dirty, you probably need to do it every year. Cleaner environments, probably every 5 years is fine. Want to give KDE Linux a try? Actually, we did that, Zero, we did that, was it last month? We ran it for like a good, I think I ran it for like 2 or 3 weeks under KDE. It was not that bad. Oh no, AIOs are not super loud. AIOs are pretty solid. I've run AIOs. So the instance, I've actually done AIOs. I'm kind of tongue in cheek on some of this stuff. You can never really, I get a little sarcastic, a little too much so sometimes. There is a use case for AIOs. If you have like a really limited, cramped system, AIO is actually preferred. So a good example of this is, I think I did a mini ITX build where it was a really small system. There wasn't a lot of room in there, and an AIO made perfect sense. So I did an AIO for that build because I knew that there wasn't enough air really to make the air cooler really that efficient, where the AIO can move it to the radiator, and then the radiator can expend that heat out of the system much easier than an air cooler. And it would save me some space. So AIOs can make sense in certain systems, and I find the really small systems where I don't have a lot of space is where I like to use the AIOs. For your regular, mid ATX, yeah, man, I just slap a Noctua cooler and go home. That's it. Yeah. So, and then some AIOs are relatively cheap too, but I still like the fan, mainly because when fans die, you can hear it die, and then it's pretty easy to replace, and you can pretty much keep going without missing a beat. So that's my thought process on the whole AIO. AIO / air cooling. With AIOs, you won't get leaks. It's a closed loop system. You're not gonna have a problem. As far as setting up, like I jokingly said, don't ever water cool your PC. Mostly because I'm not very good with like a heat gun. You can set it up and you can bend your thing. I'm just not great at it, and I don't want to spend days setting it up. And then the maintenance of about every year or two, you would need to switch out the liquid again. I don't want to deal with all that. Where switching out a fan every like 5 years is more my jam, where I'll just pop open the side of the lid, unscrew 4 things, pop the heck, some of the coolers, all it is just unplugging from the fan port, and then just it pops out, and then you just pop the new cooler in and then slap it back in there, and you're good for another 5 years. And heck, after 10 years you're probably going to be rebuilding. So that's my thought process. So for me, I keep my computers for a long period of time, so air cooling is the way to go. Your temps will be about 10-20 degrees higher probably, but I don't really care. Most times it's cool enough to where it's fine. Now in this instance, with this one was a custom built that got sent to me for free, and I never really did anything with it, so it's running hot. Could be it needs to be redone. What the hell's going on with my I think we have problems. I think we got problems with this RAID array. Something is just not adding up on these short smart tests. RGB. No, I don't do any lights. If it comes with lights, I just turn them off. It just sits underneath my desk in the dark. I am such an old man setup. I'm sorry. I would not make it as a PC build channel. People would be like, okay, that's about as basic of a setup as you can get, Titus. I'm like, yeah, but it works. That's all I need. What's a computer supposed to do? It's not supposed to be an art piece. Well, I mean, I've seen some of the builds Jay does. Those are like legitimate pieces of art. So for him, yeah, it's definitely like a sculpture, but I'm not that guy. It's just not in me. I just want to turn the damn thing on and do my things. My art is inside the computer. Don't be sorry, I hate the RGB as well. They cost more and are more annoying. Yeah, and they fail a lot sooner too. So a lot of RGB fans will actually fail. I want to say their failure rates are quite a bit higher than the non-RGB. Oh, lost my home lab, NVMe. It went into firmware read-only mode. Oh, dude, I'm sorry, Zero. That sucks. Yeah, Wendell does a pretty good job. Have you seen Last Miles? He literally pinned a P550 on the wall with a nail, and it runs. Wow. Oh, I've seen those builds too. Wall-mounted builds, and I've done a couple. Let me pull up my wall mount build. Ooh, I don't know if I want to show you guys this. I'll show it to you. It's a little... You're gonna be like, okay, Titus, we know what you were doing. Perfectly legal, mind you. Let's see, where are you at? I think these will be fine. Does it show anything? Okay, good, yeah. Yeah, all right. Yeah, so this was about 7 years ago. Yeah, okay. Anyways, so I was like, I'll just do it in my garage. So I just pinned this out, ripped apart like a little $20 case, because a lot of people buy like the cases off of like bench. You know, a lot of those bench kits are like $150. I'm like, nah, I'm not doing that. So I spent, I think it was $20. I got it off of like Newegg. They had a huge special, so I bought like 3 cases and then just ripped them apart. And then just tossed some of that on. Tied into my breaker. Did 220 30 amp. So I could pull about 7,800 watts from my breaker. And then just tied it into here with a little server rack. And then ran that. Jank in its pure form. But it worked. And I did that for a little bit. Until the great crypto crash of 2000 and... I think that was 2018. The 2018s were not kind. The prices fell far, and they fell mighty fast. It was a sad day when the free lunch was over. What is that? PC cooled with a car radiator. Huh. Wow. I mean, it would work, I guess. If how did you tie it in? Oh, you took liquid cooled right into the radiator. I bet. I mean, those car radios. I bet it would pull all that heat out just fine and disperse it. Because essentially, all it does is the hot liquid comes out, gets dropped into all the coils, the airflow over the coils. Pushes that heat away. You have the fans on the outside. Maybe it's pulling air through. It's a little bit of a different setup. It should work just fine. But typically, like, these coils would be like a lot hotter than these. So, and technically, I like to do it. So, like, these would be pushing this direction because you wouldn't want to blow the hot air back into the case. So you'd probably put those on the other side, but that's pretty funny. And you want 4, so you get full coolage. I mean, it wouldn't matter that much, though. That's just a massive radiator. So that's pretty good, though. Yeah, 70C. Yeah, not bad. Yeah, if it works, that's the beauty of it. I mean, I love it when people hook stuff up and get it going. Yeah, I mean, that radiator's so massive, it has enough to disperse most of it. So, like, when you have a radiator that large, the fan configuration doesn't matter that much just because you're dispersing that heat over such a large surface area that it's going to disperse pretty well even without the fans. But with them, it's fine. Yeah, the dry ice. Wasn't there was one guy that used liquid nitrogen so he could overclock it to like just stupid levels. It's pretty funny. This never finished. Dang it. My drives are toast. This is still not finished. That or this program sucks. One of the two. It's kind of weird they do like a JSON format for the log. Feels like they kind of screwed up when they programmed this app. Yeah, I don't know if this works. Let's just see. All right, let's see what kind of... I think it's failing, actually. What the either it's bugged out with the raw values being in the millions, or something has gone awry here. Oh, okay, let's close this, I guess. Please wait until all tests are finished. I don't think this test is gonna finish here. Let's just stop it. Yeah, I think we just got a bunch of errors with this. I think this drive's dying. Par for the course when it comes to Seagate. Where did I see that? Yeah, it's right here. Okay. Okay, so that looks like a lot of errors. Let's see what this one looks like. Also looks like quite a bit of errors. Let's just see what one of the SSD looks like. Yeah, let's see. Don't you have an indicator on the RAID card? How did I do this RAID is a better question. It's been a while since I set it up. I can't remember. I think I set it up a couple years ago. Let's see. Yeah, I think we got a bad drive. How'd we do it? I think we're gonna have to flashbang you guys. Sorry. I do not see it here. So SDA, MD, it's put into there. Time shift backups. So I bet you the time shift's still going. Oh. Let's just go. Okay. Let's go RAID info. Let's go MD126. Okay. Oh, it's resyncing. Oh. I think we got a failure here, fellas. Yeah. The array is resyncing right now. Ah. Well, that would do it. Yeah, I deleted a bunch of files, and then I also force resetted this computer in the middle of all that, which probably caused the resync to happen, but Oh, I think you guys are going to see me blow something up here. Let's go. All right, time to delete more stuff. I got some ideas. Oh, yes, MD 126. Let's go dev SDB. We should use stop first. You probably should stop first, but let's see what happens. Oh no, I can't do that yet. All right, sorry. I'm sorry. Let's stop it. Mounted. Oh yeah. We gotta unmount. We gotta unmount first. Never try to stop something while it's mounted. Gotta unmount. Be a gentleman about that first. Sudo, you mount. Well, let's dump this guy right here. Turn shift. Sync. Right. Stopped it. Removing it. Oh. All right. What are we gonna do? What's the zero on the super block? That sounds cool. Let's do it. That's not gonna show it, is it? Oh. I'm just gonna clear that guy out, shall we? Booyah. All right, great. Now let's quit that guy. Rest in peace, little Naz. You were good while you lasted. Let's try and just mount SDA. I probably should have done more tests to figure out which one's which, but I kind of wanted to just play a little game of Russian roulette with the NAS here. Typically, what you would normally do is just like stop the RAID, shut it down, pull one drive out, pop one in, see if the information's all there and readily accessible. Great. If not, go ahead and pull that one out. Say, okay, failed drive, pop the other one in. But I don't want to do that. I just want to guess. Because it's more entertaining that way. And the other way takes way longer. Although you run a 50-50 shot of blowing your entire backups all to hell. I'm willing to take that chance, though. Where was that? think we could do like a sudo mount dev SDA. Ooh, I don't know if it's going to allow me to mount that 127 or not. Typically, yeah, is a RAID member. I wonder how you... Ow. I probably should have done this a different way. That's okay. Let's do gparted and see if I can't do it this way. Oh, well. Such is life. Let's see. That's not going to work, is it? Oh, yeah, it's not going to work. Oh, well. Ooh, you know, I could do XFS. Well, let's just blow it out. It's fine. Let's just do this. Oh, what happened here? In use? Really? I don't think so. Oh. Is MD still using it? Oh, let me see. I thought I deleted it. Did I not? I might not. We might be able to do like sudo md admin -- remove dev and then md127, was it? Dev SDA hot removed and SDB. Okay, so that should essentially stop all of them. And now, okay, now it's good. Now we're cooking. Yeah. MD was still using it. My bad. All right, let's recreate this again. Call this backup. Yep, let's apply it. It's taking an awfully long time to make a partition. Okay, there it goes. All right, so now we've got that. SDB's nice and clear, right? Let's just go ahead and just go new, or let's go device, create new partition table here. Let's go ahead and apply that. All right, great. So that's looking good. Now, probably launch time shift. But before we do that, I want to actually run a scan of this. I still think one of these Seagate drives failed on me. Okay. So the idea here is we should be able to actually do a self-test. This time around, it's not in a RAID, it's not resyncing or doing any shenanigans, so it should just take 60 seconds, run the self-test, and then spit out, hey, there's errors or not errors. Yeah, doing the partition table in SDA probably would recommend it as well. I thought I did it, but I don't think I think I did that before the removal. So probably removing, recreate the partition table on the device, then reformat would be the proper steps. Scanning your drive, that's smart. I see what you did there. Well, I imagine this should go. I think we just got out of sync. The drives, I think, should be fine. I really haven't used them that much. Completed without error. Great. So that one's completed without error. Let's take this guy. Let's go self-test. Let's try it now. Make sure you enable Smart D at some point. Really? Do we not have Smart D going? Oh. Oopsies. I don't know why I didn't get that going, but all right. Good call. Good call, Rux. I didn't even notice I didn't even have that. Oh, I just installed Smart Tool. Okay. Yeah, we completed without error too. I think we just had a reboot. It got stuck and then it was resyncing. Maybe there was like a surge or something that took out the, I don't know. Didn't really care. All I had was the time shift backups. So we'll just leave it off. I don't really even care about that not having access. So let's reset this up. How do we want to do that? Let's just go time shift. It'll probably error out. Device not found. Settings. Location. SDA. Schedule, users, perfect, perfect. All right, great. Okay. Timesheet active, boom. Now let's create. Nah, I'm not gonna go raid this time. We're just gonna go straight up and just leave the other drive disconnected with no partition table or anything. Nah, I'm not even gonna bother rating them. I really don't care about my backups. Gotta feel that sense on the edge, just a little bit. I don't think we were actually mounting these in F-Stab. So if we look, we'll let that go. Yeah, so we got the UUIDs here. Those are all NVMe drives. We got root, boot, and home. Those are all being mounted just fine, and then we have our network. So we were actually never mounting any of that through FSAB. Why did you just say FSTAB? Because it sounds better than FSTAB. That's 3 syllables. FSTAB. Sounds cooler. I mean, right? Oh my goodness. I wonder how long that's gonna take. So if this doesn't work, I really think I need to go with a... How much are drives now? CHOwn and CHmod? Yeah, see, I like saying CHmod and CHown. I know a lot of people go chown and chmod, but to me that just sounds weird. It doesn't sound cool. Where CHmod and CHown sound better. In my ears. I just make up shit. I think most of the Linux community has just given up on me. They're like, all right, Titus is just going to say whatever the hell he wants, and that's just how he's going to do it. And we're just not going to ever get him to say GNOME anything, and he just doesn't say it because he thinks it sounds stupid. Pretty much everyone has accepted that. Yeah. If it sounds cool, I'll say it. But if it sounds stupid, I'm going to be like, nah, I'm changing that. I don't care. There's been a couple things in the tech industry where I'm just like, I completely go against the grain. Certain company names I'll say differently. Like, I'm always thinking of Nagios, I think is how a lot of people say it, for the monitoring. Is an open source monitoring tool that a lot of businesses use. I always like to say Nagios. That's not how you pronounce it. I know that's not how you pronounce it, but it sounds cool. So I'm gonna say Nagios. Sounds cool. I always say Nagios. All right, well, sweet. Okay. It's correct. It nags you. Yeah. How do you spell that? I want to check it out. Oh, yeah. Here, I'll just type it out. Nagios. Nag-I-O-O-S, essentially, is the proper spelling term of it. That should be pretty good. I think this is going to take a while. But I don't know. How many files do we have on here? It's already through the cache. Oh, no. That's right. With Steam, we have like a terabytes of data. I totally forgot about my Steam games. I think there's like 1.5 terabytes in games. Just chillaxing. That's what's causing an issue. Tell you what we're going to do. Let's just go filters. Home. And what we're going to do is omit a directory. Or actually, yeah. Let's just go home, Titus, Steam. You know, we're just going to omit the whole damn directory. Yeah, so we're just going to omit that whole thing. Yeah. Sorry. Back at it. I just don't want to back up all my Steam games, because that's going to be a substantial amount. I want to say, let's just see here. So if you go .local share Steam, I need to omit home local share Steam. My bad. The other one's a symlink. I don't know if that's gonna work. Oops, cancel. One more time. Let's just cancel this back up a bunch of ways. Oopsies. Sorry. One more. Oh, actually, you know what? We could have left that. We could have just left that completely. All right, let's go Steam. Open. I'm just not sure how it handles symlinks, So what I'll probably do is .local. Was it share? .local share Steam. Okay. So .local share Steam. Okay. Omit those two directories. Now we can create it. I just don't want to copy 1.5 terabytes of games on my backups. .cache is not needed for backup. Oh, yeah. True. God bless it. Let's change it one more time. With feeling this time. Oh, gosh. All right. .cache. Yeah. You're absolutely correct. All right. So we're emoting Steam. That. .cache. Is there anything else we want to add? Maybe temp. What about trash? Trash doesn't matter. Maybe. I think that's good. That's a huge chunk of the files. So now let's create a backup. I left a link to the meta drives. Okay. The Link software goes to reinvent ZFS snapshots badly. It's true. Yeah, so if we look at what takes the most on this system, like, actually, let's just do sudo ncdu. Let's just go from the root. That will pull all of the... It's going to pull my mounts from the backup, and then it also is going to pull my network drives too. Well, shucks. I think you can actually do an omit. TLDR and CDU. Let's omit a few directories, shall we? Yeah. So let's go exclude. And we're going to go run. And do we need to do a comment? Argument can be given multiple times to add more patterns. I think you got to do... How I read that is you have to do exclude multiple times like this. Let's exclude the media folder. That's where all my network mounts are. I think that should do it. Yeah, GDU is great for Windows. I use GDU all the time in Windows. -X is the shorthand. Good call. Amazon has an 8 terabyte Iron Wolf for 160. How much is an NVMe these days? How big do the NVMe drives go without skyrocketing in price? Where's the last economical NVMe drive? Like a 4 terabyte, 5 terabyte? What's that look like? Probably a 4 terabyte would be the last economical. Yeah, 2. 2 is pretty much last. All right, well, that's cool. All right. Probably would exclude lost and found too. What's in BattleNet? World of Warcraft and Diablo 2 Resurrected. You never know. Maybe I'll play them again. Final Fantasy Legacy 11. I always just caused more problems than it was worth. Oh, I still got to play through Morrowind too, man. Anything else in here? Probably should have cleared this out before we started our backup, but I think that's good. All right, great. So this will back up everything that I care about, excluding cache, Steam library, and the rest should everything should be great from there. So we're excluding pretty much all of the other stuff. Now I did just delete a bunch of files, so and bless it, I should have. Oh no, there's only a couple files in here actually. I think when you do it through oops. Skywind and Skyblivion is probably how I'll experience both those games. Yeah, Skyblivion, man. It'll be interesting. All right. Well, cool. I'll let this run. I still not 100% that this drive's good. So I'll probably go ahead and run on it just to see once it copies everything. Because right now it looks like it's copying the Steam folder. Sure looks like it. Why are you copying the Steam folder? I had that in my exclude, did I not? Did we mess something up? I think there was a problem. Start it again. I think it was capitalized. So the capital S, I think, on the omission. Bah. Yeah, I had .steam as well, but I also added the regular .local steam. So it should catch both the symbolic link, which is the .steam, and also the regular, and omit both. I don't know if you need to omit both, but it sure feels like you should. So I'm just going to do that. 'Cause I was copying all kinds of stuff. Now, will it clean up all those old files as it makes them? So let me look at that. So if we go run and we look at time shift. So I see this 1211. I'm kind of curious to see what this looks like. So that's at 2:13 on the time shift, which tracks, but kind of want to see what all it's grabbing, where it's getting stuck. It shouldn't be doing cache anymore. So we'll see. The first one here, I think, we're going to delete this one. So while that reads, this is what it's grabbing. It is grabbing the cache. Well, damn it. So what is wrong with my filters? Maybe this was taken precedent because it was ahead of the other ones. So you have to omit these and then omit these. Maybe that was causing a problem. Could be trying to resume. It shouldn't though. Let's just go ahead and delete both and see. I'll reorder them and put the includes after the omits. See if that makes a difference. I'm actually going to close this as well. So we're just going to go menu. Is there anything hiding? No. Okay. Let's just kill that. And then we're going to come back here. And we're just going to delete and don't ask again. Ignore all. Oh, it looks like that's gone. Okay. Okay. Just do a RMRF everything. There, nice and clean. Perfect. Is it mounted? That is a better question. Mount it first. Yep. That would do it. Thank you. I'm such a noob. Just clear these out. So these did grab the old snapshots, it looks like. You can see the 4 that are trying to be run. We'll do a tree view after this just to make sure. Yeah, Honey is basically malware at this point. I can't believe, didn't they get sued? I mean, they're owned by PayPal, so I guess they're so big, they'd have their own in-house counsel, so they could probably fight any lawsuits. Or just do payouts to get around it. Yeah, no, the big controversy over Honey was when they were changing everyone's affiliate revenue. So once upon a time, I mean, these days, it really doesn't matter, to be honest. Most affiliate revenue is just absolute dog water for creators these days. So when you click an affiliate link, it's nothing. It's like pennies for most of the creators these days. But back in the day, you used to get like 30, 50% rips. And maybe somebody out there is getting these, but I haven't seen them. And Honey would replace the affiliate revenue link that would go to the creator and switch it to Honey. So then Honey would get the affiliate revenue from them. It's kind of shady. Let's go tree. Yeah. Okay. So nice and clean here. Nothing bad. Sudo umount mnt. All right. Great. So that's good. Now let's go time shift. All right. So we've cleaned out everything once again. Now we're going to run it and it's going to omit .cache. It's going to omit Steam. And I think that should be good. Probably should just do this from the CLI at this point, but that's okay. The GUI's not that bad. Okay, so it looks like it just went ahead and jumped through. It looks like it did go over cache. So it is omitting cache now. Man, I didn't realize cargo was so big. There's config. We want that. Games will take a little bit because it's about 100 gigs. guess I should have... Well, games I don't want to re-download, though. Well, it doesn't really matter. Probably going to have to re-download them anyways if I was going to play those games anyways. Yeah, I probably should have omitted games now that I'm thinking about it. Oh well. You wish Chrome and Chromium browser didn't save all our stuff in .config. Well, most of it is just cache, right? I think most of the saving they do is in cache, and then the .config is mostly just the configuration for the program, which I'm actually okay with. All right, looks like that's good. Going over .local. And we did reboot after the major update and the kernel update, so I think this is fine. It gets quite big. Okay. I mean, it seemed to fly through it on this. I don't know what the transfer rates are between the NVMe and the NAS. I feel like I probably should stop this and then omit the game directory because it's just going to sit there and copy 100 gigs. I mean, 100 gigs transferred with 5600 RPM. I mean, the transfer rates are still pretty solid for those set of hard drives. So it wouldn't be like ungodly slow. Yeah, let's do it. Dang it. Sorry. Let me just, I want to see what happens after .local. I want to make sure it skips Steam. Man, .local share containers. What the hell's in there? What was I doing? What's in .local share containers? Is that DistroBox? I think it's DistroBox. I don't really use DistroBox too much. That's DistroBox. Okay. That's what it looked like to me. I was like, that looks like a bunch of system files. So looks like scaffolding for many different distros. So yeah, makes sense. Docker, Podman, maybe DistroBox. Yeah, that could also be that. All right, so we're through that, and now it's into Lutris. Yeah, it should be fine. I feel like we probably should have. You know, I used to think you should just download all your Steam games and everything, but now these days I'm like, it's kind of pointless. I have so many games, it's just like, they got to update all the time, and it just kind of slows you down. Probably should go through and just delete them off of my drive. The ones at least I don't play, which is a lot of them. And then it'll just, because a lot of times when you go to patch them, it's almost faster to just re-download them fresh than it is to patch them. Especially when it comes to Steam. God, Rust up. That's crazy. Yeah, Rust and Cargo, there's quite a bit of files that go along with that tool chain. All right. dot var. Let's look. So what do I have in here? Well, not there. So I had Diablo 2 Resurrected and then World of Warcraft. Well, let's just remove that. What all did I have? Well, you know what? I'll leave Horizon there. Why not? It's just in my library. It's not installed locally. It's just this guy that takes forever. That's gonna screw up my backups. Maybe not, though. $600 gigabytes of ROMs, man. Oh, Tommy. Nothing suspicious about my PR on WinUtil. Oh, God. Yeah, I want to ask people, too, about Linux utility. That was another thing. Caleb, I meant to tell you, we probably should just delete the Discord. It's not very many people are using it. We still have some pull requests over here. But I think the Linux utility, I use it. I don't know how many people actually use this thing, though. It's got like 170,000 downloads. Seems like a lot. I kind of want to just rip it apart and start over. Maybe not start over, but I feel like dumping Rust and doing it in F#. I know. God. I know I shouldn't, but I want to. It is a nice... It is set up very nice right now. I feel like that's just blasphemy. But it's been rattled around in my brain. And I was like, maybe. I kind of want to just rip it all down and redo it. But I shouldn't. I really shouldn't. But I kind of want to. Maybe I'm just saying this to you guys so I get more forks. It's only 310 forks. I want that 500. Those are rookie numbers. You guys got to fork it if you want it left in the state it is today. Because I'm thinking about doing it, though. I'm looking and I was like, I really do like Cargo. It's cool, but I really just don't like programming in Rust. But if I rewrite it all in F#, yeah, it's .NET, but I could do self-contained binaries, and nobody'd be the wiser, because most people are just going to curl this from their CLI anyways. But then I couldn't use it. I'd have to do a CLI version instead of just doing it all GUI based. Oh, so many ideas. Oh, man, I want to blow it up. I just do. I don't know why. What is wrong with me? I have a mental disorder. But I do want to kind of blow that up. All right, I'm going to take the Discord off because nobody really uses the LinUtil Discord. So I think we can safely delete that Discord. It only has like 100 members anyways. And I haven't seen a post in it like months. So I'm going to just get that off because I'm tired of looking at it. So let's get rid of it. commit that. Sure. Yeah. Oh, do I have to make a PR for that? Oh, you can't do a direct commit, huh? Whatever. Oh, it's fine. All right, cool. But that brings me to, oh crap, you know what? I should have just taken cargo crates, put it up here. I'm getting rid of the AUR too. I'm not, nobody maintains the AUR branch anymore either. So let's get rid of the AUR branch. Is that there? Actually, let's delete that. Yep. Yeah, let's commit that. Alright, sorry. Oh, I could have hit connect. Oh, God, whatever. Padding my numbers here. We're going to just get some more pull requests in from me. Since I never do them. Padding my PR numbers here. You saw it here first. My GitHub. Activity chart's a lie. Anyways. So that kind of cleans that up. Yeah, so those are all pretty much up to date by me. I do like the CLI version of this, but I kind of want to make a GUI version, but I don't want to use Rust for the GUI. I do want to rewrite it all in C F#, but do I do a whole new branch? Because I feel like I'm going to redevelop it. I'm going to redevelop it privately with the GUI. I think I'm going to leave this completely wide open, though. That'd be fun. Just as a good exercise. Because we already kind of have a good GUI for the Mac OS, and there's just a couple things I want to change for Linux. I'm like, that'd be fun. Anyways, sorry. I got sidetracked. Oh, no. I'm now the proud owner of the WinUtil Discord. Alright, alright. Yeah, well... Oh, well. I feel like I was forced on the Discord channel, but that's okay. Yeah, I might tackle that another day. But I was thinking those were just a couple updates I was going to make. Just kind of clean up the Linux utility a little bit. And then maybe do a GUI for this. I think what I'll do is make a GUI section. Maybe I'll just make a GUI folder, and I'll just make that a .NET. So this is going to be such a bastardized product, and people are going to just go, why? And I'm going to go, because I hate you. And I wanted to do it, so I did it. The life of an open source programmer. We hate our users. It's just a fact. You pretty much have to do that in open source. It's 76% shell. It's true. There's a lot of shell. Lot of shell scripts in this. So, I mean, the funny part is, so, like, the back end for the TUI, the terminal user interface, is all Rust. But how we structured it all was to, like, ingest shell scripts, because then we can change. It also kind of opens it up for other people to contribute with the shell scripts. And what I was thinking is making the GUI, and then doing that and just revamping it all and doing it like F# or something fun. Just because I do enjoy kind of coding it that way. More familiar with it, and also I just like the programming language better. I don't know. I'm sick. What are we talking about? Oh, we're talking about the LinUtil. All right, take a look at the Winuto quickly. All right, for you, Caleb, real quick. Let me take a peek. What do you have? Add DISM tools. Do we not have DISM tools? Is this just on the applications front? Yeah, we can add that. Yeah. I thought that was already in there. There you go. Yeah, and we don't need to wait for tomorrow's stream on that. I'll just add that PR. That's pretty straightforward. Oh, I probably should have checked, but we'll figure it out whenever. I usually do a pull and a run to recompile on that front. Yeah, I kind of want to mess around with the GUI tools in Linux. That'd be kind of fun. I'll take a look. When I look at the Mac util, has anybody even looked at the Mac util? Oh, I got 7 pull requests over here too. Ooh. I do want to do window dragging. Add Alt-Tab for Windows like Alt-Tab behavior. What is that? Sorry, I'm diving into this. Sidetracked. Installing Alt-Tab. Brew Casket Alt-Tab. Never used it. But I do want Alt-Tab like esque things. Well, that's kind of a cool tool. I never even knew about it. Well, next time I'm on my Mac, I'll have to install that. Try it out. What else we have? Update all.fish. Ugh, fish. But why? What? Fish. He wrote it in Fish. Did you guys know Fish script's a thing? I have not seen it. I actually kind of like it though. I like it a little bit better than Bash. On the scripting side of things. It's a little more readable. Oh, that's interesting. Really? Fish script. I've always just shat on Fish a whole bunch. Never really put much thought into it. But as I'm looking at this, I'm kind of like, that looks kind of neat. Huh. Initially, I was like, I think I'm going to hate this PR. But as I look at the code, I'm like, that's kind of cool. Is Fish native to Mac OS? Does anybody know? Can you just run Fish script on anything? I thought you had to install Fish. Yeah, Fish is not installed on Linux. Yeah, most people don't have Fish. You gotta install Fish on macOS. Yeah, macOS default ZSH. That's what I thought. Yeah, so Fish is not native. Okay, well, that's weird. So he wrote it in Fish, that's not native. And then... So this wouldn't run on like 99.9% of systems on Mac. That's a choice. Okay. Updated contributing to use.net. Ooh, what's this? Don't think you need... Oh. Oh. Never mind. This is the contributing markdown. I still had Rust in there. Yeesh. Yeah, this was originally a fork of, yeah, whatever. Yeah, we'll merge that. We'll pretend like that never happened. Good call. How many, God bless. As soon as I open up my GitHub README notifications, I'm always like, yeah, that's a lot. I think I'm just going to close that and we're going to pretend like it doesn't exist. So I think we're going to just be like, nah, I'm good. Catchy OS uses it by default. Wow. That is crazy. All right, this is still going. Of course, the World of Warcraft. I don't know why I didn't omit the games folder. That was so stupid. But, oh well. We're going to leave it. Oh, image GUI. What do we got? How many lines of code does it take to create an XUI? This animated keyboard UI, including title text, is written in 160 lines of C code. Holy shit, now that's some coding golf gone overboard. What the hell? 160 lines of C code? What library is he pulling in? It's deliberately verbose to serve as a clear, straightforward example of building UIs with Arc. I'm behind the times on this. What the hell's Arc? Arc. Who's this guy? Making Arc by day, game designer and programmer by night. Huh. I gotta say, that's pretty damn cool. Pretty damn cool, if I don't say so myself. It's not coding golf, it's just not shit code. Yeah, fair. That's fair. The library apparently is only 4,000 lines of C total. Okay, that's not bad. Yeah, I mean, we'll see still runs the world for the most part. Drummer, what's happening, brother? Yeah. That's why, whatever happened to the, hey, let's rewrite everything in Rust from C? Is that still a thing? Or did people just give up on that after they realized that Rust can have memory leaks too? Remember, once upon a time, everyone's like, Rust can't have memory leaks because of the borrow checker, and it's just so intuitive. And then many people proceeded to write like really shitty Rust code and then have memory leaks everywhere and like crashing systems left and right. And then like, oh, about that. Yeah. Well, it's really hard to do, but not impossible. I've heard Rust is still the best, yeah. The borrow checker is pretty cool, for sure. And I still love cargo. Like, as much as I crapped on Rust earlier, it was still very cool. I still love the TUI written in Linux utility using Rust. So, it's pretty cool. Rust never sleeps. Yeah. Rust sucks. A little. The thing I think I don't like about Rust is there's just so much machine code. And I know it's not like a functional language or anything, but it's just like it's excessive. Like a lot of times on how you're writing code, the code becomes difficult to read. And that's the problem I have. Like when I was maintaining the linutil project, the thing I hated the most was a lot of the Rust contributions. I was like, God, all right, let me see if I can make sense of this damn code. And I don't know Rust that well, so it's not like, but it's very difficult to read. Where many other languages, I may not even know the language, never seen the language, and I just look at it and I'm like, I get what it's trying to do. But with Rust, sometimes I'm just like, oh, what? But why? That's like, just nuances. There's a lot of nuances to Rust, and I get it. And you could probably say the same thing about any of the like low-level languages. All the low-level languages have like their weirdnesses that's just strange, but you know, it's okay. Odin is so nice to read. Now, Odin is... A lot of people have been talking about Odin. A lot of people have been talking about, what? Elixir and Odin's kind of like the new hotness among devs. Programming done right. Odin is a general-purpose programming language with distinct typing built for high-performance, modern systems and data-oriented programming. Odin is the C alternative for the joy of programming. Here, let's just go see full demo. Getting started, the basics. I like this. Very, very intuitive. Okay. Are these... Is it immutable by default or no? So this is the type, this is untyped. So the colon differentiates that. Sign statements. Interesting. Okay. The loops look very, very easy to get. So set I 0 and then increment by 1. This is very C++-ish right here. But it's pretty straightforward. There's not like a whole bunch of machine code here, which is nice. And I don't mind the brackets. There's kind of... It's kind of weird because it's blending so many different programming languages. Pulling some of the stuff, it's like, oh, okay. But I don't mind it. The switch is a little different. How it's doing the switch statement. Like that. Achieve a C-like fall into a next case block. The keyword fall through is used. Huh. Okay. Defer statement. Defer statement defers the execution of statement until the end of the scope. Huh. Okay. The var type makes the constant var type mutable. I gotcha. So if you're setting this without like a type, so if you have like x equals 2, it'll go ahead and set x to 2 for within this scope, but then it purges it probably after, and then obviously the next would be set to here. But outside of this statement, x would not be available. Well, no, because then you have the type right here. Yeah. I'd have to tinker around with that. That's interesting. I like the language, though. It's neat. It's much more readable than Rust. Not really saying much, but I do like it so far. Okay, let's get into more complex code, and I bet you. Oh wow, look at all these examples that he gives. Wow. Here's a table. Print mutex. Is this base 64? Oh, what was the beginning of this one called? What are we doing here? Oh, polymorphism. Wow. I don't want to say anything about F sharp here, but I don't believe polymorphism is in F sharp. I have not seen it. I could be wrong though. I'm sure there's ways of doing that, but yeah, man. I mean, this is a really neat language, I will say. I always hate to crap on any language. As much as I might critique a language, I always do appreciate usually all languages. It's just, it'll be interesting to see how old is Odin? How long has Odin been around? No. I'm still loving F sharp, and I really want to like hunker down and really take it as far as I can take it, and then I'll switch. But we got some time, so let's look at the releases. So there's been 86 releases. What was the first release? Let's go tags. So I think there's got 10 per line. Looks like around 2020 was when it was created. No, older. 2017. Yeah. Looks like the end of 2016 is when Odin came into existence. So not even 10 years old yet. That's cool. It's a very young language. Switching on types equals polymorphism. Yeah, 9 years-ish. Polymorphism is an object-oriented concept. Functional have their equivalent stuff. Yeah. So, yeah, I've been just living functional for a little bit with F sharp. It's been fun, though. I do like it. I need to get back more into coding. I've been trying to at least code some, at least a couple times a week. Because I feel like if you're not in there at least a couple times a week, you're just going to lose it and not be able to keep pushing forward. Create CTT sharp. I am not smart enough for that, good sir. My comment about polymorphism came down to I remember I was reading something F sharp polymorphism, And I want to say they don't do polymorphism. It was. I remember seeing something like that, but it did it in a completely different method that I've seen before. It was a little bit weird. Could be wrong though. Yeah, it's a bit of an oddity among the programming languages. In general, F# type system is limited because of the interoperability with C# and its paramount concern. The CLR does not support anything like type classes. But F# has statistically resolved type parameters, which is sort of similar to Rust traits. In some ways, they're actually more powerful because you don't have to explicitly define, then interrupt or implement something. You just need to have a method with the correct name and signature. In many cases, the compiler can figure it out for you without needing to annotate the type. Of course, yeah, totally. That's what I was gonna say. Well, that's fun. All right, guys. I think I'm going to shut it down for the day. Let's drop all the old YouTube off. This is fun. I'm glad I'm back on DWM. It just feels like home. And I'm going to stick here. Tomorrow's stream, I'm not sure what we'll do tomorrow. I'm going to think on that. We'll see what I'm feeling. I know I said I might do something with Microwind, but maybe not. Maybe we might stream that later. We'll see. We'll see. Got to be in the mood. Got to be in the mood for dealing with Windows. If I'm not, like last Friday, I kind of forced myself, and I don't know. I felt like it was a grumpy stream. It was a grumpy old man stream. So I try to avoid the grumpy old man streams and limit those to at least one, maybe every couple weeks. So we'll see how I'm feeling. All right, YouTube.